Hey there. Hi, Patricia.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, good. So just to clarify, because I remember last time you weren't necessarily, there was an issue of class files. You did get registered, right? Is it officially
Yeah,
all set up? Okay. You were just also in the Illustrator class, but did you get into this one? So you have the files now?
I have this one. Yeah,
Okay,
I do.
good. Great. Um, all right. I'm going to open up the other computer while people are coming in. All right, here we go. Yep, co-host, perfect. All right. I just finished teaching my Illustrator class, and then my sweet dog, who hates coming in, this is where I'm teaching from now, isn't I've been teaching for 5 years out of living room. And I began to, we built a shed in the backyard, glorified shed, I put drywall on it, but it's still a little shed. It's a garden shed that we just filled in.
Mhm.
My dog hates coming in here for some reason or another. Finally, when I was teaching the Illustrator class, he came in. Now he has Alzheimer's, he's incontinent, and towards the end of the Illustrator, you were with me, Moni, in the morning class. Towards the last 10 minutes, I suddenly was like, oh my God. I finished the class and all I've been doing is cleaning up because he had an accident and the floor isn't set up to deal with it right now. So I spent my entire break between that class and this class just cleaning up the floor and didn't get a chance to eat or to anything. Just trying to get that mess cleaned up. So it's like, oh,
Oh, that's awful.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
our
I have kitties, but it's a little different. So I got cat puke on the carpet, but it's not a
yeah, and they
little
kind of,
different.
he has never had accidents, so he's mortified as well, because I get all like, oh no, and he can
Right.
hangs his head and it's like, no, you didn't do anything wrong. I mean, you did, but you didn't,
Yeah.
because poor guy is doing his best, but he just doesn't notice he's incontinent, right? And so I can't even like be angry and yell and teach. No, I just need to clean it. That's all I can do. But we kind of have a system where when it happens in the house, we kind of have our systems down, but system wasn't down here in the house, and that was a mess, but oh well. All right, let's see who shows up. So I got Tia, who is in the middle of a meeting. She's going to do best to show up. And then Maricel, who went to Japan last week and came back with a cold and is feeling miserable. So she's not coming. And Gerard, who works in finance, who international finance. So you can imagine what his life is like this last week. So he's all apologetic. So the next thing we know, I don't know how many of us will be here. And this happened last week too. So it's okay. It's the end. It is what it is. Hi, Kristen.
Hi, give me just a minute and I'll be with you.
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
Sienna.
Yes, Moni. Oh, you started saying something and then you got muted. You didn't get muted.
I'm on mute. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
It's not working.
But anyway, I saw your message that you'll be in and out, if that's what you're trying to say. Can you go over to the chat, Patricia, and give me a little hey ho right there? Kind of a sign in. Why did it make me a co-host? Oh, how funny. I switched to as a host. There we go. So in the chat where I just said hi, go ahead and give me a little hi. All right. So yeah, so it might just be mainly Kristen and Patricia couple of other people tend to show up, usually a little bit later, but, yeah. We do what we can. All right, now I'm a bit torn because Kristen said, give me a sec. And since only really Kristen and Patricia, I don't want to start without having at least the two of you. But anyway, I'm gonna start because class is starting, or class is happening. And let me go ahead and share the Padlet. I'm sorry, I was just in my Illustrator class Padlet, which I forgot to give people the link to it. So we weren't posting, I had forgotten. So here's the link to the Padlet. There we go. And I'm looking at the material that we did last week. I'm noticing that a couple of you been, but Patricia, I don't see any of your posts. Have you been able to do the work and you just don't know how to post? Or because this is the way that I count on participation, because the way attendance works here is based on, I can't say you passed the class if I don't see you having done any of the work. Does that make sense? And we talked about that at the beginning of the session and you weren't here, so you didn't know. But if you don't post in the Padlet, how do I know that you're just not watching and not doing it? And so that's fine to watch and not do, but then I can't give you a pass because this is a certificate class.
Mhm.
And I'd rather pass you because, you know, you're attending. There's 3 people attending. I'd rather pass you all.
Yeah.
So, is there a reason like where you're not posting because you're not doing the work, you're listening in, or you can't post because there's a technical issue that I can help you with?
I posted some things, like when we were in class last week. I didn't finish
Okay,
the
let me
part.
just do
Um,
Trisha. Okay, so I have one post, okay. Oh,
Just
good,
one.
better than nothing, one a day. All right, but at least I see that you're doing the work, which,
Yeah.
yeah, I would have not noticed. Okay, so, have you been watching any of the class recordings from before? If so, the idea is to do some of the work and post it, okay? But at this point, as long as you keep posting today and then next week, then that kind of works, at least for the attendance of the yeah, here, so here it is, here's yours. And then yeah, okay. So that was just a comment on making sure that I can see your classwork. Nothing has been posted during the week. This is all work we did in class, so nothing much to report on. Yeah, good. I see your guys's work happening. So yeah, not much to comment on. Sometimes I have things to comment on based on things accomplished or things posted, but this time we're gonna just move on to today's work. So I'm gonna reshare my screen. And I've got my different apps running. And here we go. Let's head over to Bridge. And head over to the digital design techniques. Remind me, Patricia, I think, are you on your own applications or are you on VDI?
VDI.
I think you're on VDI, yeah. And Kristen, you're also on VDI.
Yes.
So you all have the class files. Okay. Let's I'm torn. I'm gonna we have these are long classes, so when say we only have 2 classes left, we still have 10 hours, you know, like it's many hours per class, so it's not like we don't have much time, but we do have only today and next week is our final class. So although I have a whole series of things that I want to teach you, I want to hesitate for a second since there's only a couple of us, at least at this time of day. Later, some people will be joining for a little bit. What is there anything in particular? And I'm mainly saying to Kristen and to Patricia. Moni also pipe up, but she's does know a lot more, and maybe what she needs to know more of might be more advanced than what you guys know. So Kristen and Patricia, is there anything in particular that you want to know to see how I can build it into what I'm teaching to make sure that we cover that in the next 2 weeks? If it's just like, well, no, kind of, I want to know everything, then yeah, just say that. But if you have like, you're trying to make a mailer, you're trying to make a logo, you're trying to make a website, if you're trying to do something specific and you have a specific question about that, it would be great to know that. Also, I think you were mentioning that you have a bit of a website, Kristen, although if you didn't make it, I guess that doesn't count so much. But if you have anything here of your business that you want to post, this is a great time. When we have many more people, this is a lively page where people post things that they're working on, what they're doing. And it helps me guide the class in the direction of things that people need. So no biggie if you don't, but anything in particular that you can think of that you would really like to know for sure? Kristen and Patricia?
Oh, I wish I had like 2 or 3 things I could tell you. The only thing that's coming to my mind right now is just I want to be able to do a newsletter that looks dynamic, kind of simple because people don't have a lot of time. And I think I would do that in design, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We had, I don't know if you were signed up for it, but we had 2 classes, the created producing a digital magazine and producing a digital newsletter class. Were you signed up to those originally? No.
No, this is my first foray.
Okay, because they were gonna happen in the next couple of weeks after Digicide finishes. But we didn't have enough students in those classes, so they got canceled. For better or for worse, the reason I didn't mind, because usually I fight tooth and nail to make them happen, is because I decided that, hey, no work, I'm gonna travel. So I'm actually gonna do a long vacation, so I'm kind of okay with that. But whenever you see, other than this class, which there's much more to it, as we go along, there's also the producing a digital newsletter, producing a digital magazine are the names of them. When you see those again, they usually are in the spring. Go ahead and sign up to them. I don't know. I don't usually teach them in the fall. I think it's usually in the spring that we come around, but maybe we'll change that. The negative of those classes is that they say they're in person, right?
Yeah.
And when they say they're in person, a lot of people don't sign up
Right.
because, you're in Ojai. People don't sign up for those classes. Now, what happens is that if people have been attending these classes and they've been online, then I make a special dispensation and I allow them to still attend online. I'm in class at school, but I do it HyFlex where I show the Zoom from there. So for whoever's in person, is in person, and people who are online. But that's technically, it's an long story. We need to do the whole distance education permit through this, for the state has to approve it. We need to redo never mind. The whole point is that it never happened. So right now it can only be offered in the catalog as in person, but just know that if you sign up to that, if it's a class of mine, when it says in person, I also do them HyFlex, meaning I'm in person there. Whoever's in person there is in person, and whoever's not, I turn on Zoom and I do it for the rest of you guys on Zoom. Okay.
Okay.
So next time around, even if you see it in person, please sign up.
I will. That's awesome. That's good info.
Yeah. And so now, when those come around again, that'll help you. But yeah, right now, this class is so general, right? That we're gonna begin to build a cover right now of a magazine. In fact, it's one of the assignments that I tend to do in the magazine class, newsletter class. But since I'm not teaching them this year, I just brought it, I'm gonna do it here. So you're gonna learn some of that, but there's some more intricate information specifically to newsletters and magazine publications, even if then they're online publications, right? Or if they're printed, that pertain to that maybe knowing that that's your interest, I'll make a point of trying to cover a bit more of that in the next couple of days. All right.
Okay.
I'm sharing without sharing anything yet. I'm talking. When I'm talking, I should just be talking to you guys. And and I'm noticing that my image on the top isn't even on. So there you go. The few of us who are here get to be seen. All right, Patricia, how about you? Oh, you wrote looking at updating your business cards and being comfortable with techniques, which takes time. Okay. Do you have a business card that you want to work on, that you want to update, that you'd willing to take a picture of and put on Padlet or email it to me? That helps me because like Moni, a couple of times people have brought assignments, or not assignments, jobs, assignments, things I needed to do. And I turn it into an assignment. Nothing better than real life assignments. See, people really get into it, right? There was a flyer that someone was trying to work on last time, and she was okay with me offering it as an assignment, and the whole class worked on it. She got not only her good flyer much better, but 4 other versions of flyers that came up by other people that she could pick and choose. But meanwhile, I taught people how to, the same thing I need to teach, I can teach doing a flyer or a brochure or a website or a business card, right? The techniques are the same. So if you want to do that, or if you can post it on Padlet or email it to me, then maybe I can find a way to incorporate it to next, whenever I get it. If you send it to me today, I can start to incorporate it today. Otherwise, next week. All right, that's just an offer that sometimes the people who do take advantage of it, they get a lot out of it, but you can also just not do anything personal and just learn and then apply it. And I'm fine with that too. The other day I was walking in town and saw a logo that got created in my class by someone who was starting a new business, and they did all their branding, and they took the Illustrator and the design and Photoshop classes, and it was so cool to see it in real life. They kind of did all their branding, and since that was their project, we did some of that with everyone in class. And I thoroughly appreciate doing that kind of work with people. So anyway, let's back to Bridge, and I just wanted to show you a few more things based on a file that already exists. So over here where it says color, let's double click. And I think the last time we used this, you guys were maybe inside of file format, so you might still be in here. In which case you can, if you're not even in Digital Design Techniques, click over here to Digital Design Techniques, but you might be all the way inside of file format. So you can go back down this path to click on Spring Digital Design Techniques to back out of file formats, or you can click on this little icon and now you're in the main one, and then we can double click and go into color. And I just wanted to speak for a second about these examples, because just now I was telling you how, let me make this a bit bigger with the zooms. There we go, not so much bigger that you can see each one. So there's a zoom tool here that you can move up and down if you guys want to see them a bit bigger on your own screens too. I just mentioned branding or a website or a business card or a newsletter. The newsletter can be online, or it can be a print version that then you also PDF to send as a PDF, or you can actually make it be just a blog kind of newsletter where it's only online. There's so many different ways, right? Do you have any idea when you say a newsletter, what your method of delivery that you're interested in, Kristen, might be?
Yeah, I'd like it all to be from my Wix website. I don't even know if that's a possibility. I feel like I'd create it outside, use their tool, whatever it is, for gathering up emails, and then send it through my website.
So you're talking a bit more of like a blog, so to say. So you want people to go online to read it? I mean, you scrunch it.
No, I want to send it to their email.
Oh, so it will be, okay. So it's not about how you send it. So it won't be a blog that gets updated. It's a newsletter that you'll create as a piece that then you'll have to save into a format that you'll email them.
Right.
Okay. And this isn't that class. There's another class that I normally teach in the fall. You might want to consider that one, which is called creating compelling content, or something like that is the name. I named it and I still don't know if it's creating. Anyway. But we talk creating compelling content.
Okay.
And we talk a lot more about what's the right content to deliver the message you're trying to deliver and stuff like that. I used to teach the blogging class, which I don't teach anymore, but in part people are like, oh, blogs, but it's basically an online newsletter, right? And the only advantage to a blog versus a newsletter, and I'm not saying you have to do a blog, but it's easy on a place like Wix to create a blog, where by renewing the information that's on your website, because you're posting the articles in there, your website looks like it has fresh material, so then places like Google and whatever show it more often because there's updated new material. Versus if you just have a static website that just sits there with the same information and then you email people, people don't get referred back to the website, then the site doesn't have movement. Then when people try to look for you, it goes lower and lower in the ranks. That's not to convince you to do a blog, but to see if maybe you can do some kind of parallel. You're designing the newsletter, but what you can do is in your website, have a little section called newsletter. You don't even need to call it blog. And then people go there and what you do is it's not even the PDF of the newsletter. It's actually, as in blog, you might just take one of the articles that you wrote in the newsletter and just paste it in there kind of thing, right? And it just keeps it a bit more live. And then you say, if you want to get more information, I send a newsletter, sign up here, and then boom, then you can send them the whole newsletter, right? So
Okay.
it's like one I might want to consider the combo.
Okay.
Feature, because blogs are very high level information for Google to want, because what they see is that your site is an active site and people visit it. And so then people, it must be a good site. People want to see something from there versus people who just view it and move away. With the blog, you kind of interact, right? Because you read it, you scroll up and down. So people are interacting and staying on your site. And then Google goes, ooh, that's a site that people are interested in. Even if they also read it on their email. But if people receive your email and read the newsletter on your email, they're doing it independent of your website.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Too bad. It's just a different way of delivering the information, but you want to have, since you're creating the content, which is what I meant, is the content is being created anyway. Find a way to deliver it in two methods, even if one is foreshortened, whichever one it might be, or it's the other way around. You send people more like a flyer with one article and say, for more, click on this, and you're on the website, you put the extra articles, right? You choose. But you
Yeah.
might want to consider that as expand the idea of what you're and why you're not why you're doing it. That's why you're doing it. But consider what's the best way to reach people. A lot of times people don't want to give news emails to people, right? So this is a way around for the people who don't want to give you an email to read the information anyway. And then when they find that content valuable, they go, oh, well, maybe I should sign up to this newsletter versus cold calling, getting an email where they might never bothered to, people don't like to read online sometimes in an email. So unless they print it, they can't see it. So then it's better to see it on, so you can't make everyone happy, right?
Yeah. Deanna, is there a version of that, but using Instagram, where people would go from Instagram to my website and help boost my website?
Yeah. Do you have, and you're in a bit, yes and no. The thing is with Instagram, the whole point, okay, and this is, I need to stop in a little bit because this is my other classes, but yeah, that's precisely the kind of stuff I teach. You want to keep everything connected, right? And then so in Instagram, people can, when they go to your profile and there you can cite what your website is. But the problem is that if you put all your content in Instagram and people read it there, unless they're really interested, that doesn't necessarily bring them into your website. But you can give a paragraph, some snippets of what it is, and then people say to read more, click here, and then that way you link to your website. You can't, the Instagram itself can't link directly to your website, but they'll go, click on my bio, people click on my bio, and then in the bio, you have a link to your website, right? So it's a little bit indirect. And also be careful because people who go to Instagram might want to see your art, your pottery and stuff, but they might not necessarily want to be sold to all the time. So if what you're trying to do on your website is sell your products, then you need to make sure that you give them interesting content in Instagram to make them want to go to your website to then see, ooh, what a cool, whatever, butter churn or whatever it is that you're making, right? So you need to provide content that gives them value to make them want to go visit your website. Otherwise, they're getting it all on Instagram. They don't go to your website, right? So it's like you're trying to link all of these together. The golden goose is getting their email, because then you're just sending it directly into their web, into their attention. They might never see you on Instagram, they might not check every day, or they might just whatever. But once you get their email, So everything has to be geared to getting their email. Once you get their email, then you send them the newsletter and tell them, hey, I posted some new stuff on Instagram. Then it becomes much easier. But but you need to, social media is supposed to be to drag them into your website. It should be end game. Ultimately, because you have no control over Instagram, and one day they might go off, stop working, and you lose all your stuff. Like Facebook might, if you're on Facebook, might decide to just turn off your account because they think that you're not kosher, and boom, you lose all your stuff. So social media should be a way to draw people into your content. Your content is yours on your website and your newsletter. Got it?
Got it.
All right. Anyway, that was my little tiny mini version of the blogging class plus the compelling content class put together in 3 paragraphs. Now, there's much more to come when you take those classes. For now, I brought you here because, as I am saying right now, you've got social media, Instagram, website. Those are all on screen. And then newsletter, or if you create business cards, or if you make, Moni's been making all these programs for the concerts and things like that, that's all print. You might even be making a t-shirt, you might be making hats, who knows? So that's a version of print also. So the way that you read the files that you save things as, the way you create your files, are going to read your colors differently. Okay. So over here, I have a little example of how that works. So we might all be a bit more accustomed to seeing the way that color behaves, because we've been painting, or at least drawing, since grade school. And CMYK is the way that inks interact with each other, which is not the same as paint, right? Most people or forget it, glaze, which is a whole different creature. But but if this is ink, and you put yellow ink and you combine it with cyan ink, you get green ink. That's kind of something we've known even from the day of crayons, right? And blue, cyan, and magenta give you a kind of bluish purple, and yellow and magenta combine to give red. So this, a bunch of all these things together, if they were all put in the same amount, right, and they were the exact colors, all put together, ultimately you get black. So it's an additive process of getting colors to combine. So if you have less cyan but more yellow, you'll have a light green. If you have more cyan and less yellow, you'll have a bluish green, right? And so on and so forth. So that's how things get printed. It's a little bit different if you're making a t-shirt, or you're making, not completely different depending on how that t-shirt is printed, but in the end, if you're doing sublimation ink or things like that, you're still going with inks, right? And then you're putting that on a t-shirt. Now, if you're doing print, and this is how colors combine, it's a combination of cyan, magenta, and yellow. And there's one more, well, anyway, cyan, magenta, and yellow, and black, by the way, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black are the colors. And when I said additive, I meant totally backwards. It's subtractive, in that the more you combine them, the darker things get, to the point that you get black. You get lack of color when you combine them all, as opposed to RGB. RGB is colors of light. So the website, the social media, the Instagram specifically, as we were talking about, but any social media, even if you see it on your desktop, on your computer, an iPad, or on your phone, is all looked at from the point of through a screen of some kind. And screens show colors by combining light. And light is, as opposed to ink, when you combine light, all 3 lights at the same point, you end up getting white. So if you had, I always think of when I went to one of the science museums with my kids, they had a flashlight with just red, a flashlight with just green, a flashlight with blue, and you point them all together, make that circle all together. What you get in the middle was a bunch of white, right? And so it's additive. Red and blue give you magenta, green and red give you yellow, green and blue give you cyan. So it's kind of backward than what CMYK was. Now, see how red, green, and blue are on the inside, and here cyan, yellow, and magenta are what gets created from the addition of those colors. Now, when you know that, and you create your document, it's like, well, should I create it in CMYK or should I create it in RGB? It's a typical question, right? And it used to be that we've always said start with CMYK. Now, in reality, it's not necessarily any more important to start in CMYK. It's just make sure you have the resolution of going to print. So we'll talk a bit more about that. When I say the word resolution, that's not related to color itself. It's related to the quality of the image. But they go hand in hand, that you need high quality image, high resolution, in order to print well. So when you print, you use inks, right? So in that sense, they're combined. Versus you need not high quality imagery to print on a screen. High quality meaning how many pixels that image has to go to screen, and thus usually anything on screen is going to be created with RGB. Now, they're not impossible to create separately, but in this example right here, just even right here, I'm going to put these two next to each other. I don't know if you can tell, but that magenta there seems brighter than this magenta there, which is kind of weird because we're both on screen and these colors are imitating CMYK, but it's still ink. But what happens in real life is that light can give you much more punchy, bright neon colors because it's light after all. Versus when you're trying to make these punchy, bright green, bright neon pink in print, it's much harder because the colors just don't stretch to produce that, right? So you can't expect to have a logo that's beautiful on screen and it's a bright green and you're into like this intense pink, and then when you see it printed you get like, oh yeah, a bright pink, but not like, whoa, the pink you got online, right? Because it's a different medium. And so you need to be aware of that and try to find a color that's the right combination where it be recognized as the same color no matter which medium it's being seen at. So over here we have something called color gamut and color space. So let me open this one up a little bit. And even if you're looking at something that's, I'm looking at a bougainvillea next to my my office right now out the window, and God, it has a color that's like that. It's just crazy pink right now. It's just going crazy, right? My eyes can see it. But if I take a picture of it and I look at it on screen, the outside triangle is as many colors as the screen can show. And even though I am seeing something this bright, when I see it on screen, it's going to look that bright because it can't extend to showing me that gamut. And then when I print it, the printing is this black line, CMYK, it's even less. So if my color was in this area of pink that I can see it on screen, on print, it's going to look like that, right? And so I went from seeing something like that and it prints like that. And that's just because the mediums and the gamuts and what's possible for each color space is just different. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So ideally, web safe colors that can also print safely and that will be similar enough in all mediums is going to be colors that fit within this gamut. So we're kind of reducing to the lowest common denominator to say CMYK. So if you choose that yellow for your logo, that yellow will also kind of work if you see it on screen. And if you, versus if you choose that yellow or that green. Does that make sense? So it's the extremes that are harder to reproduce in the different formats. So we're going to see a little bit of that. We're going to go over to choose some colors and do some color work. And you're going to have an idea a little bit of how that works. Okay. And then just to get you, to remind you about the basic color wheel. Now why I'm going to show it to you and it's the shape of a wheel, because we're going to see this inside of Photoshop for a second, or we're going to see it in InDesign or in Illustrator. And when I talk about the color wheel and I say spin the wheel, this is kind of what I mean. As in, imagine that you are looking at the world, like behind here, you have a beautiful landscape. And imagine that this was like kind of cellophane, translucent, you know, imagine pink eyeglasses or purple eyeglass, like the lens of your glasses purple or is blue. Then if you see the same landscape through your pink landscape, everything will be painted pink, right? The whole thing will be looking pinkish. But then if you spin the wheel and your eyes are still here, you might end up having the yellow over here and everything is going to look yellow, right? Or yellowish because you're seeing through it. So you're going to see how to change colors. You're going to have to consider that what's happening as you're moving from here to here, you're kind of going to the other end of the gamut. So these are kind of complementary colors, I think they're called, when they're on the different sides of the wheel. Anyway, that's just a quick reminder about color. And now let's go ahead and let's open, let's go to Bridge. Sorry, let's go to Bridge. We are in Bridge. Let's go back to, maybe we should open this one in Photoshop as an example. Okay, so let's open the PNG in Photoshop. It's a PNG. A PNG is an image that is raster. So by default, just by double clicking, it'll know to open itself in Photoshop. So just double click on this image and you'll see that it opens up in Photoshop. Or if Photoshop wasn't open, it kicks Photoshop open in order to see it in Photoshop. PNGs are files that are made for the web. And they are showing their colors usually in RGB mode. But for now, when we open it, do you have this file, everyone? Patricia and Kristen and Moni, the three of you. Did you find this file? That's so sad.
I'm looking for it. Let's see.
Okay. So Patricia, how about you?
Looking for it, yeah.
Because you can share your screen and I can help you find it.
I'll be probably quicker.
So you're saying we can just double click on it and it should automatically open?
From Bridge, okay?
Bridge,
From
yeah.
Bridge, because you're in the Adobe program that knows what Adobe program to open. If you do it from just the File Explorer or whatever, it'll probably open in like a preview mode or something like that, okay? Does anyone want to share? So I'll help you find it, or?
I'll go ahead, yeah, and share some screens this
Hmm.
a second.
Okay.
Ugh.
Okay. All right, so I'm here.
Okay, so you're not in VDI, so go into VDI.
Here's here.
Yeah, so we're doing all this in VDI. There we go. So you're in Bridge. So you went to the Digital Design Techniques class, and let me open for a second my tool so that I can draw. There we go. So now you open up the class files, which is right there. And then in a second, it'll come up. Give it a minute. There we go. And then we opened color. Double click on that. Great. And then I opened the color wheel.
Just double click.
Color wheel, double click, and you'll see that very soon Photoshop will begin to open up. It's a bit slower, of course, because you're zooming and you're on VDI, but it should open in Photoshop. If perchance, after a little bit of time, it doesn't open, you can see it's working hard, and see how Photoshop is opening. But if perchance you want to open it somewhere else, then you need to say right click and open in and tell it to open somewhere else. But if you just open it by double clicking, it knows that PNG is a raster best file based on pixels, and it goes, oh, I belong in Photoshop. So boom, it opened up Photoshop. Okay.
Okay.
So Kristen, did you find it? Do you want a hand?
I would love a hand.
Okay, for your screen.
I can't even find the G drive.
All right, well, for better or for worse, instead of being there, which is kind of where Patricia was, it's a bit easier if you go over to favorites here. She went it through folder. If you go to favorites, but it might be that you just don't have, double click on this PC. Yeah, you might not have Google connected, but double click on this PC because that's where you need to go.
I've double clicked.
Yeah, so then you need to go down here to this little icon and let's see if you have, yeah, let's see if you have your Google Drive connected.
no.
Not there. Okay, so then type here to search and write Google Drive.
Google Drive.
There's a Google Drive app. Go ahead and double click. No, not any of those, the app. Yeah, double click on that and Google Drive will open and you need to sign in.
Hmm.
And this is every day you need to sign in.
I know that.
Sign out on the way out of class. And
Yeah, we need to go through that because I think I go to preferences and then it asks me if I want to disconnect, and that got me a little bit worried.
yeah, you need to disconnect at the end of class or whenever you're working in between Friday and Friday. And
Yeah.
then when you open up VDI, you need to connect again. You need to sign in.
Right, right. But it's like a 5-step process and it's not, I mean, why would I go to preferences when below that it says quit and my
This was quit, you quit, so it's gone. But if you say quit, then you have to go and open it like what you're doing all the time. Versus if you say just disconnect, then to connect, it's less than all these steps. It just reconnects versus completely quitting. It's a bit different. But yeah, you can quit. Keep
so it's preferences and quit.
teaching you what you want to do. So go ahead and, but then you have to do this each time. Yeah. Just, this is just teaching you how to use Google Drive. It thinks it's your first rodeo. Right? Okay. So now you can
like it, no.
click this window as well. Click here. I have so many pink. That one, yeah, it's gone. Okay, so now here's Google Drive.
Ah,
Now go to the shared. Oh, I think you had copied the files, right? Yeah, so you probably have them there. There it is, and here's color. Now, I didn't get to show you how to copy the files to your screen, Patricia, because you weren't here at the beginning, but she's opening it from my drive because he had done a copy. You're opening it from the shared drive, so when you want to go save, you then have to save it in my drive. Okay, there we go. I'm going to stop your share.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. A second, keyboard over there. All right, so. It's down. I'm out of voice by Friday,
Mhm.
trying to drink my tea, but it got cold. I don't know, cold tea really helps.
Cold. Remember when we started class, you were bundled up and you get a little warmer through class?
By 9 a.m. Today, when I started class, here's my scarf, here's my jacket. I had started at that point, but yeah, but that time I had 3 jackets and I was really cold. Now I'm just gently undressing as the day goes on. All right, let me share my screen. Photoshop. Okay, so here is me in Photoshop. Now I did notice, Kristen, that your Photoshop was white all around the background versus black. Is that something you chose or it's just how it's opening up?
It's how it's opening up.
It's just out of curiosity. How about yours, Patricia? Because you're on VDI too. Is yours also kind of white all around?
It's like a darker gray.
A bit like mine, yeah.
It's
And
not black. Like
it's okay either way, but just in case, I find that now that I'm accustomed to the dark, I find that the white one like bothers my eyes a bit more, which is why they made it dark, but also because sometimes things look different than mine. So if you want to just see where to change it from, not that you have to, but for people who are on a PC, which if you're on VDI, you're on a PC, you have to go up to the word and say, go to the edit, and then go all the way down to the bottom. And somewhere over here in the bottom of edit, it'll say settings or properties. I'm not sure which one it says.
color settings.
Yeah, and on a Mac, you would go to settings under the file name, right? And then go ahead and open your settings and then interface. The second choice lets you choose, like you have it like that right now, which is the brightest one, right? And it came like this for years and years and years until they discovered that it was really bad for people's eyes. And so now it defaults to the dark gray. I'm not sure why yours defaulted to the white, or the real black. So this is kind of the default setting right now. And you might want it a little bit lighter, a little bit bright, but anyway, that I find that for teaching, when I was in this mode, it was harder to show things, so I put it in this mode too. So anyway, that's where you would change that from. Okay.
Okay, so I go to color settings and I'm not seeing the next thing. It's a
No,
different.
no, no, not color settings. I'm sorry. You said settings, and down at the bottom of edit, tell me what you see down there.
Mhm.
Tell me, read out to me the words.
Oh, you know what? There's a drop, a little arrow that can make, I can go, what am I looking for?
Something like settings or preferences. Go ahead and share your screen, because I have a Mac and it's the only thing in Photoshop that's in a different place. So share your screen and
Yeah,
I'll find it.
so I think you nailed it when you said preferences.
There it is. Yeah, preferences. Okay. And then when you go to the right, you have a bunch, but if you go to the top one, general, any one of those that you land in, it doesn't matter. It'll open this window. And then when you open this window, basically those are all those choices, right? And the second one is the interface one. So you can go to that one. Now, if this is uncomfortable to you because you've been using the white one all this time, then, don't go. But the one that's the default setting now, and I'm surprised that on VDI you don't have the default setting, is the second one, that one,
Mm-hmm.
gray versus the black one. This one is one that once they moved away from the white one, they went to this one and then they moved to this one. So that's the one that they do as a default setting right now. So
Are
you
you
can
using
check
the black or this second one?
this dark gray is the default setting now. That's
That's what you're using.
yeah. I
Okay.
find that in the black one, it's harder when it's the one that's the default one, but also when I teach the black one sometimes doesn't distinguish when you select a tool. It isn't very clear you selected it because it's the dark is so dark that it doesn't
Mhm.
show it. That's all. So for teaching, it's also better. Just so you go back to it for a second, the preferences, any one of these that you landed on would have worked. Like click on that. Yeah, click on any of these. It doesn't matter. Click on one that's different. Don't go to go to another one. Yeah, anyway, yeah, click on that. And the same box opens up, and then you just can go to interface or any, like go to any one of them. The preferences is one box that they're all in one. Okay. So
Right.
so no matter which one you go to, then you go around and try to set it up your way, and that's just one. And again, you don't have to do that. You can choose, see, you've been doing it the other way and you're more comfortable the other way. I just paid attention only because when you shared your screen, I went, ooh, wait.
Mm-hmm. No, I much prefer this. Thank
Yeah.
you.
But I'm also surprised because VDI tends to be set in default settings, so I'm just surprised why it showed it to you in non-default settings, but whatever.
Hopefully that will be the quirk of the day.
Yeah. Okay, so here we are with the color wheel in Photoshop. Now I've used a little bit of Photoshop, a little bit of Illustrator. Last time we worked, well, actually quite a bit of the day in Illustrator, a little bit in InDesign. So I'm going to focus much more on InDesign for the next, what's left of today and next class. But remember, InDesign is a place where you just assemble the things that come from Photoshop and from Illustrator, right? And in order to learn Illustrator, you take the full-on Illustrator class and learn to do Photoshop, you turn the full-on Photoshop class. But InDesign is where we assemble them. So let me show you a little bit about color in Photoshop, which is kind of the place where it's a mastery, and then you'll see that replicated in Illustrator and in InDesign. So here's I think your layout is the same where at the bottom right, I think we had, since I teach this, I think that we had set it up right now that this is for everyone the same, that you have the layers down here. Is that where you're seeing your layers? Kind of down at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, so since we're going to spend a bit more time on layers than this, can you do me a favor, go to the word properties and then just double click on the word properties. And then when you do that, it's going to collapse. So you're going to be having a layer here and a lot of empty space, which is what I've got going here. So let me show you that again. Let me clear my drawings. If you select properties, it fills your space. Double click on the word properties and it'll kind of collapse. And then when you want it again, you just click on it again, it opens up. But by double clicking and closing it, we have space here because we're going to make some more layers. And then at the top, you'll see this thing that says color. And that's kind of where I'd like it set up. So let me know if you set it up that way. Patricia, let me know if that's if you're able to set it up that way before I keep going. Yeah, double click on properties. So Patricia, if you don't want to give me the yes all the time, the crickets, which is what I would prefer, if you write it like you just did, it kind of, I might not see the yes because it appears and disappears. Can you go and try to find the green check mark for yes? Or you can, there's only two of us, you can also just speak up and say yes, but I don't know what's easier for you to just click on the green check mark or to unmute yourself to say yes, right? So I prefer that one over the word yes in the chat, because the word yes in the chat appears and disappears and then it goes away versus the green just stays there and I know I can keep moving forward. Again, there's only two of you at this point. Officially, Moni is there, but she pops in and out. So you can also just speak up. But if you have noise in the background, people crawling over your desk or something like that, then yeah, sound is harder than just give me a good old yes. All right. So now we have the layers over here. We have something that seems to be color, but when you click around here, nothing seems to happen when you click around this thing. Colors aren't changing anywhere. This is a place where we choose new colors, but most of the time, the place that people go to choose new colors really is over here. And I'm gonna show you a bit why. Why is my, it's interesting. Usually I can clear my drawing with the undo, but it's not clearing. Okay. So see over here where you see a set of colors. Now, you might have had black or other colors in there, but what's showing up in the top is the fact that if I'm clicking over here, I'm seeing red or pink, then it's showing up over there. So these are related to each other, okay? Now, first I'm going to show you a tool. Oh, I hate that I can't get rid of the pink. For some reason, it's not responding. Before I would just get it pink by there. I'm doing it. Okay, now it's doing. Okay, first I'm going to show you a tool that is a very typical way of changing colors in Photoshop. So say that you have a landscape that needs to have a bit more yellow or a bit more green, or a sweatshirt that instead of red should be blue. So one of the things we're going to do is make a layer adjustment, or actually an adjustment layer is truly the name. So this is a layer and we're going to adjust something from here to turn it into something else. So let's go ahead and head down to these icons that appear in the bottom of the layers panel and go to the one that's a circle. It's a little circle, not the one that's a rectangle with a little circle inside, but the one that's a circle that's half black, half white. And you click on that and you should get a list like this popping up. And we're going to head over to the hue saturation adjustment layer. When you do that hue saturation adjustment layer, if your computer has space, it'll probably pop up in the middle like that, where the properties that we hit closed opened up, or it might even pop up kind of like sideways like this, like a panel. I don't know which one, how it's popping up for you. So I'm just going to make the assumption that it's kind of showing up here like me. Is that so?
Pretty much.
Pretty much in the middle?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's here or here. Basically, what it's showing you is, and the reason I'm coming here to show this to you is that this thing that's down here, full of colors, and this one there, is a flattened out color wheel. So
Oh,
imagine that here I have the color red. If I look at the red, next to the red, I have oranges, yellows, and greens. If I go here, I'll see that next to the red, I have oranges, yellows, and greens. You see that? In the middle, I have the blues. Then I go dark blue, purple, pink, red. And so dark blue, purple, pink, red. Does that make sense? So it gets straightened out. Color wheel, it usually goes and straighten it. Same down here. Okay. So look what's going to happen if I grab this little triangle is telling me I'm at 0. If I start moving this triangle by grabbing it and moving it to the right, look what's happening on the left side. It's, see how all the colors over here are changing? Can you see that?
that's so fun.
I love it. There's people who react so yes, it makes me happy. It's like I'm pulling the rabbit out of the hat.
Yes, it is. Ta-da!
Um, so I am what I call spinning the wheel.
Mhm.
That's what I mean. Because I am changing now. What's really happening, and once you're made in the middle of out there to return to zero, just to quick double click on this little white triangle and you go back to zero and you'll have the colors that you have. Now, let me explain what's happening first, and then we'll spend a bit more time with that. What just happened when you created that layer adjustment layer is this layer popped on top. This was my background wheel. And this thing now appeared called hue saturation. It's an adjustment layer. So a hue saturation adjustment layer is going to be changing the colors of whatever's underneath it in a non-destructive manner, meaning it's not truly making the blue. I'm looking at the blue now. Let me just surround it, right? Is the blue isn't permanently changing into, let's say, I'm moving this guy now. I have to go. My drawing tool from Zoom isn't now it's green, or isn't now, whatever, the purple, pink, or whatever. It's just a layer that is like you just put on some glasses and you're now seeing the blue as pink, right? You're like seeing it through color pink. And in fact, if you go to this layer and you turn this little eyeball off, ding, you turn off that effect, you see that the blue is still there. So it's a non-destructive method of changing our colors. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mhm.
Now, the thing is that when I call it spinning the wheel, it's a global modification, meaning if you focus, I'm going to double click and put it back into its original colors, blue. If the blue changes, it's because everything else is changes as well. So I'm kind of having us focus on the blue, but if you now focus on the pink and notice that as I change the blue, the pink has turned green. When I keep moving it over, the pink is, is a different tone of pink or blue or purple, right? So everything is changing no matter what. So it's a global modification. All right. Patricia, all good? I noticed that I lost the option here where I normally turn off your answers. Give me a second while I hear your feedback. Okay. So I'm going to keep going, but to know that you're there every now and then, give me a yes or a no if speaking up is complicated. Okay. So here's my, let me clear off this little pink pie thing. All right. So what we're going to do is decide that we only want to change everything to look tones of blue. I don't want to just spin the wheel around. Oh, and one more thing, which is minor, but down here, these two lines, if you want to really know what you're targeting, it's almost anecdotal, but I'll show it to you. These two lines, when I spin the wheel, the top one stays the same, right? And the bottom one is telling me what color it changed to. So whatever was red has just changed to green. And if I look over there, yeah, that red has changed to green. Or whatever was light blue, and I'm going to put it duck in the middle. This is light blue. So whatever is light blue, when I move this around, has turned yellow. Let me see. Yeah, it's going yellow or yellow greenish, right? So that's kind of helps. Now let's bring it over to somewhere. I don't care where. Oh, come on. That changes colors. Saturation changes the intensity of the color, not the brightness or the darkness, but the intensity. So now if I move this and let's move the colors back to where they came from. Double click on that. Now, instead of colors, I'm just going to make it colors more intense. Whee, neon. Or as I go down, they're kind of paler and paler. They're getting less and less saturated. They're turning gray until I get to the very bottom, and I'm basically in a black and white photo, right? It's just that they're tones of gray. There's no color left. Okay, so a little bit of color, a little bit more color until I get to the absolute saturation of the color. So that's that hue saturation, lack of color, or whoa, intensity of color. Not lack of color. Lack of color would be nothingness. It's lack of color as in it turns into the grayscale. Color turns into a tone of gray. All right, double click to bring it to the middle. And now the lightness and the darkness, that is really bright to the point that you get no color, or really dark to the point that you get black. So imagine you wake up, you have a dark room around you, and you wake up in the middle of the night, you would see your colors like that, right? If you have a little night light or something, something that you might distinguish a bit of color or not. But as the day gets lighter, you start seeing colors. Imagine you're in a dark room and suddenly someone opens the windows, shrunk, like boom, and then it's like opening. And I always I imagine a picture of those Mediterranean villas in Greece where they suddenly, boom, open the window and you're blinded and you're going, have you ever gone out from a dark room into in the outside and everything? You're blind, your eyes go, you slowly start getting accustomed to finally see colors again. So that's like really bright, lots of light, no light at all, really dark. Okay. So that's the difference between intensity of color, lack of color, or lack of hue, turning it into black and white. Okay, hue is what we call color in a computer, and the hue is what we normally say color. So no color would be either grayscale, or no color could be dark, like literally black, right? Depending on which of these two you're talking about. All right. So that's, you might want to play around with those at some other point with some real photos in here. Well, actually, I want to go to the last one, but first let me head over to the colorize. I'm going to click on the colorize button. Colorize is now, yes, putting on those pink sunglasses, right? Where suddenly everything you see is a tone of, in this case, I was over pink. If I move this around and I have tones of blue, tones of gray, tones of green, I can saturate it so that they're more purple, tones of, I can make them lighter or darker, right? I can make them very saturated, very dark tones of brown or yellow. Okay, so colorize ignores the original color on the one hand, but it doesn't ignore the original luminance tones. Luminance tones means their relative tone to each other. So the blue is still a dark gray versus the yellow is still a light gray. When we went down, when we weren't in colorize and we went down to saturation, you still had a dark gray and a light gray. In this case, when we went to colorize, you have a dark, whatever color you're saying, versus a light color. So it still respects that, but it goes into one color, whatever it is that you're doing. All right, so that's the little colorize feature. Let's turn that off. Let's double click and bring everything in the here back to middle. And now the last thing I'm going to show you about color right now, and it's just to have an idea about color, and then we're going to begin to make new colors, is and I'm showing it to you in this feature, but this is something that you'll see all around all these programs, right? So it doesn't need to be just in the hue saturation feature. It's how color works on the computer. Let's go over here right above where it says master. And let's say that I only want to target the reds. Click on reds. So if I only want to click on reds, be careful. Not only red would change, but any color that has some red in it. So now, as I spin my wheel, see how the oranges and the pinks also change? Because in order to get this color, you had to mix some red with yellow. So there's a lot of red in it. Less red, more yellow, and then a bit of, a lot of yellow and a bit of red. So all of these, and then pink and purple, they're all changing because you're only targeting the red. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Then let's double click and put it in the middle. And now let's target only the blues, for example. And then now it's anything that has any blue in it that's changing, or the cyans, which are the bright blues, right? And so on and so forth. So you can target specific colors. but it's not like you can target just the piece of pie that had the bright pink. It's anything that has magenta in it. And it turns out that only 2 of these little pie pieces have magenta in it, versus when we went to reds, like 4 of these guys had red in it, or 5, in fact. Okay, so it depends on.
Do designers use that often?
Oh yeah, this tool is one of the most used in the world of design.
Hmm.
This particular tool that I'm saying. So let me see, let's go quickly to to Bridge, and let's see if we can bring up an actual photo to see some real life. And again, take my Photoshop class to really learn about it, but over here, let's click on the spring. Let's open up this this bouquet of flowers, which is called Hue Saturation Flowers, and it'll open up in Photoshop. And now let's do exactly the same thing we just did, which is we head down to this little circle here and we say, give me a hue saturation adjustment layer. And now let's move this in and out. And we are now changing the colors of this bouquet. Pretty cool.
That's very cool. Wow.
Yeah. Now I want you to notice that something in particular is not changing much. What is it in this whole image that isn't changing much?
Well, the white background.
Yeah, white.
Yeah.
And there's one more thing that isn't changing much. It's changing a little bit, not much, and it's harder to tell because we don't have pure black. But this is pretty dark, and notice that it's not changing much, right? Only the edges of it are changing. But if you see a little bit of black deep in there, if you could see, you'd see that black doesn't change either. White and black are the example of absence of color. You can't change black because there's no color. Can't change white because there's no color. There's other ways to add color to a white t-shirt, but that would be an additive process. In this case, just a changing of color. You can't change when there is no color. So if white has no color, you can't change it. If black has no color, you can't change it. So this tool doesn't affect that. Now you'd go, well, the vase is white. Not really.
Mm-hmm.
Better that you are.
Mm-hmm.
Funny. Kirsten, it's changing. Of course, you see the color change more in the areas that had some color, and it's slightly more neutral in the areas that aren't really white, but creamy is changing much less. But no, it is changing. The only thing that's really not changing is the white. Okay. Now, most of the times when we do this, we don't want this, right? Because, and it's, why would you want the wood to look pink? You might want all the plants to look, the colors to change, but why would you want the green leaves to look red, right?
Mm-hmm.
And something that we're going to learn when we get in the actual Photoshop class is how to target and mask and make only the oranges change. But the quick answer to that, using what we did over here, is we'll say, well, I only want to change the orange flowers, right? So there's no such thing as orange, but if I change either the yellows or the reds, it should affect the orange. Of course, it'll also affect all the other reds, things that have red in them, and we saw how red affects many colors, but let's choose red. And then when I move this back and forth, see how my green is staying green. Now, unfortunately, it looks like the wood has a lot of red in it because the wood is also changing. See that?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, then we go to targeted masking and stuff like that. If instead of changing the reds, I change the yellows, then the flowers change. But again, the wood has a lot of yellow in it, right? So the wood keeps changing. And even though I'm targeting now, if I were to have targeted the blues, then the purple and the blue plants are going to change. But this time, the wood is going to remain pretty neutral. See? Because there's no blue in the wood or in the orange or in the red. So now I'm only changing these 2. Anyway, in Photoshop, in the Photoshop class, you would learn how to mask and change any of these things independently of the others. You hide some parts of it. Never mind. Whole point is that, yeah, this is a constant. You think that all, and make them brighter and darker and intense. Yeah, all those
That's amazing.
perfect faces you see in a magazine, perfect colors, perfect everything. They
Mm.
are ridiculously enhanced in Photoshop to look like the best bouquet ever. It's not reality. If you shoot it, it'll just look like, oh, a bouquet. And then you enhance it and it's like, wow, I gotta spend $3,000 on that bouquet. And anyway, so, but, and now just knowing that you're a potter, when you put photos of your pots online, you want to make sure that you have done some work in Photoshop or whatever. Yeah, not for the social media ones, maybe. I mean, even those, because that's what attracts people into your website. But if you're trying to sell it, you can't change the color, right? Because then they go, oh, I thought it was blue and you're giving me green.
Right.
So you can't really change the color per se, but know that you don't have much control over color on a screen. I have control over color on this book, and my red is going to look exactly like this red, and my blue is going to look like this book, because I can control how much ink goes on to make it. But your screen that you post the photo in is, you're going to look at your piece, you look at your photo, and you're going to go, that doesn't look like the same blue. And it's because your screen is going to show you. Have you ever stepped into a TV store and the same show is looking in different colors and different screens?
Mm-hmm.
That's the equivalent to what's happening in people's homes on their computers. One screen is seeing the color as red, and the other one is seeing it as pink, and one seeing it as orange, and one seeing it as green. I'm exaggerating, but everything looks different. So you have to be careful when you're selling online that, you know, to let people know that have you ever bought something online and you thought it was going to be pink and it comes in and it's like kind of like mauve or something like that, it's just
Mhm.
because it's not that they're trying to lie to you. It's just that their screen is calibrated one way, yours is calibrated another way. Ideally, everyone has bright, beautifully calibrated screens, but that's just not how it works. Okay. But anyway, you still do need to try to enhance your colors when you post, so that you get the best photo you can in your website when you're demonstrating your work. And then after that, if it's a matter of selling, you're going to say, be aware that what you might be seeing might not be
Mhm.
what you're going to receive, that kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That said, now that we have a little bit of an idea of how color works and how we make it work. So if I were to colorize this, it would be great for the background of a website, right? But it's not realistic because everything went pinkish, right? But this is a very typical thing to see, like a faded color, and then to say, come to my spa, right? And you've ghosted everything, turned everything one tone, and and then you have this like sepia toned thing, which is very ghosted and desaturated. And then over that, you have a headline, right? And so this is a very typical thing that people do in colors. Anyway, all right. So let's go ahead and head back to the color wheel. So here we have two different files. So here was the hue, saturation, colors. Here's the, which I left in. No, here's the color. How are you doing, Patricia? Any questions? All good? I'm assuming if I don't hear from you, all is good. All right. If I'm assuming wrong, then speak up or write to me or say something. But if not, I'm gonna keep going. All right, so let's change colors. First of all, let's make a new layer over here. So we're gonna create some colors, but we're gonna do it on a layer on top of all of these, because I don't want to take like a Sharpie to this and ruin what's there. I'm going to make colors on top of them. So we're going to head down here again, and we're going to click on this little plus sign. See how there's a little tiny trash, a little plus, a little folder. Plus sign gives me a new layer. And in this new layer, I'm going to be using a paintbrush to make some color, to paint some colors. So I'm going to go over here to paintbrush. And there's so many things that look like paintbrushes. The easiest thing is to go and hit the B on your keyboard, and the right tool that I'm asking for will pop up. That is the actual just brush tool.
Yeah, nice. So my layer I just added, it's got a checkerboard pattern on it. It doesn't look like
Yeah,
it does. Is that a problem?
yeah, it's okay, because that shows emptiness in Adobe.
Mm,
Adobe program, checkerboard pattern is empty. The thing is that the Mac checkerboard is really tiny. The PC checkerboard is much more intense. It looks a bit more black and white and it's bigger, but the Mac one makes it smaller, but I have a checkerboard pattern too. It's just harder for you to see it.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's an empty layer. We created a layer with nothing, and we're going to add some stuff to it. So once I grab my paintbrush, I'm gonna go over here to the top toolbar. And I'm gonna make sure that, there's, when you take Photoshop, I show you so many different ways to do this, but now since I don't have time to teach you everything, I'm just gonna make the paintbrush a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna click on this little number that for me says 25, and I'm just gonna make my brush a little bit bigger. See how the circle of my brush is changing from a tiny circle to a big fat circle, right? So let's just make it somewhere around 100 or something like that, right? And then don't paint anything yet. Let's choose the color we want to paint in, okay? It's like we just chose what brush we're going to use. Then hardness gives us a very hard brush or a very soft, feathery brush. Let's go somewhere in the middle, 45, 50-ish, doesn't matter, just somewhere over there. And then let's click on some neutral place, not in the drawing, but on some gray neutral area to eliminate that box, okay? Because first we need to choose the color that we're going to paint in. So I'm going to head over to this little window, not window, little box, whatever, that right now has some burgundy color, and I'm going to click on it. And what pops in is this color picker. Give me a yes if you get the color picker. Let me hear your feedback. If you have a paintbrush and you got a color picker, then ready to move forward. Okay. So how do we pick colors? Over here, we have whatever color we have present. And remember, I had played around with some colors there and left it in that color. And a new color that I'm going to make is going to appear above it. So first, I'm going to target what color do I want? Do I want a yellow? Do I want a blue? Do I want a pink? So this column, I go up and down, helps me choose what color am I thinking of. So what if I want to have some kind of a greenish blue? So I'm going to settle here on some kind of a teal-ish area color. And it's showing me a teal over there. But then that's the hue, okay? This is our hue window, like what color we want. That's the hue. And then over here, we choose the lightness, the darkness, the saturation, high saturated, low saturated, light or dark. So let me show you. When I move this up or down, look over here, what's happening. I'm choosing a version of that color that's very light or a version of that color that's very dark. We get to black. Yeah. So that's lightness or darkness, up and down. If I go somewhere to the middle and if I move to the right or to the left, I'm going for saturated of that version and desaturated to the point that I have no color. So now I'm going to have us go and choose one of those really bright neon colors. I'm going to head over to bright green. I'm going to go to green. It also works with bright pink. Let me try with bright green first. And then I'm going to go choose a very saturated, very bright green. So boom. And in case you forgot, this is one of those colors that in the color wheel, I told you, is very hard. That's not the one I showed you. This one is very hard. We see it, but it's very hard for the screen to show us. So we could see a brighter green, but right now the brightest green we can see is probably inside of this little white triangle there that says RGB, right? But if we try to print it, it wouldn't print. It would look like that, right? Remember when I showed you that at the beginning? Okay, so now here we are in Photoshop, and I'm choosing a very bright green, and the computer's like, sure, I can give you that bright green. There you go, thank you. But see this little warning sign right there? It's like, no, sorry, lady, you're not going to get that if you print. So I'm going to click on this box, and it jumped all the way to there. That's where you're going to get, that's the best imitation you can see of what you'll get if you print it. Does that make sense? So try to choose that bright color again. It's like, oh, how exciting. I'm going to use this bright color for the grass in my whatever. But this warning, if you click on the little warning sign, it just goes, boink. I'm going to give you that in CMYK. Does that make sense? Got it, Patricia? Is that working for you too?
I'm thinking, my screen looks a little bit different. Can I share my screen?
Share your screen, yeah.
Get myself confused.
So play around with other colors. You'll find that it's worse in the bright pinks and the bright greens.
Yeah.
Let me make you a bit bigger. Okay, so yeah, your screen looks a lot different. Okay, so hold on. Let me just help you get your screen to look the same. Let me put on my mouse with the pencil tool. Hold on, my pencil tool. There we go. Okay, so first of all, you're in a very different layout setting. So head over here to this window. Can you see over there what I'm pointing to, that circle? Yeah, that's your workspace. Okay, so click on your workspace and choose the workspace that I've chosen to work in right now. Let me actually see what workspace I'm in. 1 second. I'm in Essentials. Okay, so choose Essentials and then reset Essentials. Okay, phew. Now that looks much more like it. That said, you still have no access to your oh, you moved everything down in order to see stuff. Grab from here and drag this up, or just do this. Forget that. Just go over here and fill your screen with this program. Yeah, click on the, you see my name. Fill the screen with the program. Okay. So now your layers are way down there, right? See
Yeah.
there? So double click on the word properties to make it smaller. And now grab your mouse, put it right in between these two lines. See, right, like grab your mouse and put it here. Touch this line. Touch this line. Yeah. And when it gets double-headed arrow, okay, that's not what I wanted, but it's okay. We're going to get there. You seem to have moved things over a bit because now I can't get, now you're going to have to grab over here and drag it to the left because now I can't see your tools again. Yeah. There. So let's go back in here. Now let's go back in here. I'm sorry. And let me just clean all my ends. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I have a ton of things open. Click on this and click on that one more time. Yeah, I want it. Yeah, click one time. Good. Fill in. No, one time only. You're doing back and forth. Fill your screen. There we go. Huh. Oh, it's going to as big as you had it. Okay. Yeah, so you're gonna have to do what okay, so since when you go as big as you go, it tries to go back to that as big. So now click here and drag it to the left a bit. I'm gonna have to do it manually. Let me just, yeah, click, okay. Now, grab it from this corner and make it a little bit smaller. You have to grab it from the actual corner where yeah, turn double-headed arrow. There we go. Okay, that's smaller. Leave it there. Okay. Now, try to fill. So this corner goes there, and this corner goes there, and this corner goes there, and this corner goes there. Otherwise, you'll be in constant trouble with this thing.
Right, going back and forth between my files.
You're moving it. Hold on, you're moving it.
Shoot.
So make sure that you're extending it. Yeah, and then I'm going to teach you something which, if nothing else, you're going to learn how to handle files. Oh, yeah, there. Now you can make it bigger without moving it over again. Keep going, trust me.
Okay.
And I'll show you, yeah. You have to have double-headed arrow. Okay. And this is something I was teaching the first day I began to teach, but I want to make sure that you see this too. Okay, listen. Now you moved it out and you're seeing bridge underneath. So grab it from here, double-headed arrow, and stretch until the double-headed arrow. Yeah, click and drag open. There. Okay. It's not perfect, but it's almost there. Now you're hiding what's underneath and you might be starting to sweat like, oh, how do I get to what's underneath? You should never move a program to see what's underneath because then you're hiding half of your tools, right?
Yeah.
So what you need to do instead is use your bar, okay? So right now, let me get rid of all of the other pink that I made. And now let's go to bridge by clicking right there on the BR.
I have to move my chat box out of the way.
Okay. BR. Bridge. Okay. Now your bridge is also overextended. For some
Mhm.
reason, all your files are overextended. I can't see the, and it's okay. For bridge, this is good. Now let's go back to Photoshop. Now back to bridge. Now back to Photoshop, you see?
Yeah,
There's no need to move everything around. When I say, okay, let's go get a new file, click on bridge. You
Okay.
go to bridge and you open and then you close. So that's, and if you wanted to say that you want the file explorer, not that we're using it, but try that again. Go to the file explorer.
Mhm.
The file explorer. Now, don't move it out of the way. Let's go back to Photoshop. Got it?
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So if you're normally, are you normally a Mac or a PC person?
Yes, on my, I have a personal MacBook Air right here.
Okay. So when you moved your mouse down,
Uh-huh.
your dock appeared. Go ahead and do that again for a second.
Mhm.
That's your dock.
Mhm.
Same on your mouse, right? If
Mhm.
you need to move from program to program, don't move things around.
Okay.
Just click on Word to go to Word and then click on PowerPoint to go and have each program fill your screen, and it just saves you a ton of life troubles. Anyway, right now, that's it. Now, the reason is I wanted to do that is because we were still trying to fix these things and you couldn't, when you couldn't see them, right? So that was like a little mini file management or whatever class. Now let's get back to getting your tools that we need. First of all, with your mouse, put it in between, just put it on this pink line that I'm making right there. And when it gets double-headed arrow there, click and, oh, double-headed arrow, wait, until, yeah, click and drag up to make your color smaller. Keep dragging up, up, up. All you needed is to be about the yay big or less. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, so that's the line that we're targeting, the line, that's it. Yep, yeah, there you go. Okay, now we still have layers down there. So one option would be to put your mouse on this one now and drag it up. Okay. Wait until it gets double-headed arrow. Yeah. You need to put your mouse on this line. Nope. Well, there you go. You put that's okay. That worked. Layers got bigger. And what I had done at first is I had made the properties close down or collapse by double clicking on the word properties. So go ahead and double click on the word properties. Good. So now your properties are collapsed, your layers are open, okay? And then you're seeing your color. Now what this tells me is you haven't had a chance to put your hue saturation. So remember when before I kept saying, are you okay, you're okay. Make sure that you did have the chance to do that. We're gonna do it really quickly. Click on this little arrow here. Not arrow, shape, and open a hue saturation. Okay. And when you did that in the properties panel, now this is where you're removing this back and forth
Yeah.
to get the colors to change. So go ahead and move it to the right and to the left. Right, and there you go. Okay, perfect, all good. Double click on that little guide to put it back to 0. It's easier than having to write the number 0 in there. There we go. You can play with the rest later. They're hiding under that like scroll bar if you want to see lightness and saturation and darkness and stuff. But for now, let's go to what we're doing next, which is we made a new layer. We have background, hue saturation, and now click on that little plus sign, new layer, perfect. Now let's go get a brush. Okay, and then you have a very tiny brush at 13 points, so click up there on that.
You said.
And then let's move it somewhere, I don't know, try over there, what it'll be like 100 or.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I think that's probably too big, make it more 50. Make it more like 50-ish.
Okay.
And then the hardness somewhere in the middle. This is just a very basic example of what to do with your brush. Now click somewhere neutral up here to get rid of that box. Good. Now, let's head over here to our tools, and you have the problem of that in your toolbars, your color is not fitting right
Okay.
there. It's way out there. So you're going to click on this little double-headed arrow right there. Oh, you made another layer. I didn't want another layer, but okay, you did. It's all right. It's okay. You have another layer. It doesn't matter. Go over here to not over here to this little tiny double-headed arrow that you rarely see. and you doubled up your tools. That way now you can see the stuff that was at the bottom that was hiding out, right?
Mhm,
So
mhm.
now click on this green
Mhm, mhm,
and the color picker has opened up.
mhm.
Now click up and down this to see how the color changes. You can either
Mhm.
drag it up and down, or you can just click, 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 either way. Right, so
Mhm.
dragging up and down works, or just click and then click
Mhm.
over there and you just jump to the color. Okay. Then once you choose a color, now you click in here with your mouse and you go up and down and click around, and that gives you the new color. Then
Mhm.
that's the old
Yeah,
color,
I
and
see
that's the new
that.
color.
Yeah.
This is dark and light, and that is saturated and desaturated.
Okay. Mhm,
All right, cool.
mhm.
And then I had you go to, you even have it here. Look at over here. You still have a color here that wouldn't be represented well, and then you just get given a different choice, but there's so little difference that it won't jump much. But yeah, go ahead and click on that. And it went from that to that. So it changed a little bit, but it's not so obvious. That's more typical.
Mhm.
Colors don't change so drastically. But if you happen to be in one of the bright, 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 bright pinks or bright, bright greens, right? So go ahead and head over here with your mouse,
Okay. Mm,
like bright, bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, top right. Then you can see already how this brightness is going to be
Yep.
kind of muted.
Yeah, it's taking.
Click on that
Mhm.
and boom, that's what you're going to get. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
All right, so now you're exactly where I was. Let me show you a couple more things and then we're going to take our first break. But let me first share. Next time, if you're that far behind, please stop me instantly, okay? That way I don't have, because I'm happy to catch you up on where you are, and then the explanation, you understand it because you're doing it versus having to re-explain it, okay? Please tell me instantly if you guys aren't where I am. Next time your screen is totally different. You don't know yet how to fix it. So there's no way you could have done it. Just ask and I'll help you with that. All right. So I had my color picker up and I was showing you different colors. And now the last thing I want to show you is about the color picker is that all these colors have names. So the description of the color describes a different way of seeing light and sorry, of seeing color. But imagine that you're saying green in Spanish, green in French, green in English, and green in Italian. It's 4 different words, right? So in a way, these are different ways of the same color. So we have 4 color languages here. One is HSB, which stands for hue, saturation, and brightness. See how there's a little bit of a space between those. The other one is RGB, red, green, and blue. We've talked about that one. The other one is lab. Very few people use this one, some specific photographers. I think it's light, aperture, and brightness. It has to do with photography. I don't remember the acronyms. And then CMYK, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. And then there's this little hashtag here. And this is a hexadecimal notation. And this is how you would describe this color on the website. So this green, if you're going to go put the screen on the website, you would type in make it color hashtag 04FFFF45 and you'll get that color. If you're printing, you're saying, I want that green, give me 61% of cyan, no magenta, 100% of yellow, and no black. And if you're doing it on a screen to get that color, you would have to put 4 red light, 255 green light, 69 blue.
Wait, where are you coming up
255 is,
with numbers?
what's that?
Where are these numbers coming from?
Colors of light are considered from 0 to 255, right? So saying 255 green is equivalent to saying 100% of green in this mode, right? So it has to do with how much green light has to pump through that pixel and how much red and how much blue for that pixel to look that green. Remember when I mentioned the flashlights?
Mm-hmm.
You put a flashlight of green and a blue and a red, you get white. Well, if you had a very, very, very barely lit red and a very brightly lit green, you have a little bit of red and a lot of green, you would be seeing the slightly tinged green because you put a red on it and a little bit of blue on it. So that's colors of light, literally amount of light. You know, when you buy a light bulb and it's warm light or cool light or whatever,
Yeah.
they're just mixing colors. When you go stand outside and it's bright daylight, you think it's bright daylight, it's very blue light because it's reflecting this color of the sky,
Mm,
right? So it's actually very blue light. And anyway, so it's temperature, it's all about light. This one, on the other hand, is imagine you have a little bucket that's 100% and you need to get this green, and then you're going to have to put in a whole bunch of yellow, right? And a little bit of cyan. 61% is going to be, so the top that you could get here, the top combination of colors isn't 100%. Top combination would be 300%. You'd have 400%, sorry. Full on 61, 100% of cyan, 100% of magenta, 100% of yellow, 100% of black would fill that bucket. Mix them all together, you got black. Now, if you only mix, in this case, if your bucket is filled with all of the yellow you can put in and only 61% of all of the cyan you can put in, that put together, it's going to give you a piece of green looking like that. Okay, because it's 61 cyan, no magenta, no black, 100% yellow. Okay, so that's just a combination of, if you had inks and you imagine this much yellow, this much, if a spoonful of yellow is 100%, then 61% of that same spoon of green, of cyan mixed together, those two inks will paint in that paint,
mhm.
right? That's kind of,
Like when you go to Home Depot or Lowe's.
yeah, exactly.
I was just wondering where you literally were getting 61% and those percentages. Like, do you just know that that'll get you a certain shade, or you
Nope.
just,
You use Photoshop, you use your, I know, that's telling me I need to give you guys a break. No, you are here in the tool, and let me change to the tool, and you are clicking on this color and you're going, I want that color, and you go read, and it's
got it?
to get this
Got-
color,
Mm-hmm,
you need 36% of cyan, 81 of magenta, no black, no yellow.
mm-hmm, got it. Okay, so your top box is kind of this beautiful purpley color, and then the bottom box is a different color. How do you change the color in those boxes?
So you don't. The
Mm.
bottom one is the one that you started with. So
Mhm.
that doesn't change. The top one's the one I'm making.
Yeah.
So then, hold on. When I make a color that I like, say that this is the color that I want, I love it, this is the one I want to paint with now. When I say, okay,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let me now clean up those pink boxes. See how now when I say okay, see how I have that color in this blue box and that color there. So now when I paint with that brush, I'm painting with that color. I
Mm-hmm.
just popped out that color. And I'm now painting with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I want to make a different color. Now I want to make a pale mint green. I'll say okay, and now I'm painting with that mint green. I'm changing the color I want to paint with over here into this kind of citron. There we go. So I'm mixing my paint here and painting. Hold on. My son's hey sweetie, I'm teaching, call Jack. Right. All right. Did that work? So the bottom color always represents what you had, and the top one is what you're choosing next.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm painting with that color. So that's how I make my colors. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yes.
Now, since I am on a screen, I am seeing this color because the screen is showing me 232 red, 26, and 118 worth of light for me to see that color. But if I were to want to print this, I need to tell the printer to please add this combination of cyan, magenta, and yellow and black in order to get this pink. Okay? And I'll show you in InDesign how that works. I'll show you on Photoshop, I'm showing you how it works. I'll show you in all the applications how that works. But this is how we create new colors. This time I'm just showing it to you in Photoshop. But the tools are similar everywhere else. If I go back over here, I could have done a little mini version of that here. I could have said, well, I want to change this to yellow, and I'm going to go up and down, left and right. I could make it a little bigger if I want here, but for the most part, I can just say the same thing, right? So I'm changing, and I'm going to get a teal, brightish teal, and see how that turned into brightish teal. And now I'm painting in brightish teal. Okay. Now this is not something we normally do too much in Photoshop, because in Photoshop we usually work on existing photos. So we change colors in a different way, but this is how we create colors. And this box is so good for showing you the different language models, is what they're called, that that I came to Photoshop to show it to you here. But now we're going to see how that applies to the rest of our applications. Go ahead and sorry, I meant to go to the properties panel. Sorry. So let's go ahead and save this file.
Are we supposed to be able to paint right now?
Yes, if you're in a paintbrush and you're in the layer 1, you should be able to be doing this. Yeah.
Oh,
If it's not happening, then go ahead and share your screen.
I was in the wrong layer.
Oh, yeah, you have to be on layer 1. Are you painting different colors, Patricia? I want everyone to post this. I keep forgetting in this class for some reason. I keep forgetting to give you guys to post in the, I don't know why I'm having a block, to post in the Padlet. So I'm going to have us do it right now. I'm going to do a screenshot of these colors. I'm going to actually do a screenshot, better yet, of the color picker with these colors in the background.
Times a game.
And then let me give you
Okay.
the link in the chat. I just posted the link to the Padlet, and I want you guys to do a screenshot and do a little post of the color picker in Photoshop. Pickets, look at that, color picket, color picker. My mind must be on picketing. Photoshop. Yeah. Allows me to choose colors, and it describes the color I'm choosing in many different language models. CMYK is for print, and RGB is for screen. Those are the two main ones. I already told you the other two, what they get used for in websites, but mainly those are the two biggies that that we're gonna focus on, RGB and CMYK. And again, it's like me saying green or verde, and I'm referring to the same color. I'm just using a different language to describe the same color, right? So the same with that. So do you guys remember how to do a screenshot and how to post?
I think so. I'll have to give it a try. I'm still trying to pick the perfect colors.
Oh, please don't. There is no such thing right now.
Fun.
Go ahead and oh, look at that, Patricia, you put your business card there. Okay. Does anyone need to share their screen? Because I want to do this, and then let me just show Patricia's business card. Oh, the clutter tackler. I think I need to hire you. I had no idea. Okay. Personal organizer, Patricia Wood, Patricia Dal, da, 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 da. So, you need to tell me later when you mean, do you want to update it? What that means. Do you want something that's just the same, but more modern, or do you want something totally different without an illustration? Do you want a logo? Like, let's talk a little bit about what you want. But then I can figure out as we're doing stuff what to say. Let me just say one quick thing here. depending on the service you offer, right, is whether you need to put it on a business card. And it occurs to me that one thing that needs to be on business cards for sure at this point is QR codes, right? Because then otherwise, we used to have, you receive a credit card and we'd go and a business card and we'd have to go write www.thecluttertackler.com and maybe someone left the R out or type doesn't know how to spell and put one T, and next thing they know, they try once or twice, they don't find you and they go, ah, and they move away and they go hire someone else. So someone else might read it correctly and that's good. So you want to put your website as well, but you also want to put a QR code. Now, not everyone knows how to read a QR code as we're getting to the point that it's like, older people might not know, but most people kind of know that. Get a QR code, put it in there, people read it, boom, they get to your website, right? And then email. People are gonna write, it's a relatively simple one, so that's good. But it's also another name they may need to copy. Now, if it were my name, forget it. I would never do that, right? Because who's gonna know how to spell my last name? But Patricia Dalton might work, but what if they forget to put in the underscore, right? So you want to make it as easy as possible and have like maybe clutter@hotmail.com, which of course is maybe taken, but I'm just saying, try to find. But anyway, you're not going to change your email if you've had it using it for a long time, but just consider finding ways to make the way people reach you a bit easier. And then how many people write to you? A lot of people write to you, fine, but otherwise maybe at this point you're the kind of service where you probably go to their house. They don't come to your business. So maybe do they really need your address or your PO box versus someone maybe goes to Kristen's studio to buy, I don't know, I'm inventing.
Yeah.
You might want to, if you have a shop where you sell, then you do want the address, but if not, right? So talking about clutter, the less cluttered your business card is, the easier to read it.
Sure.
And then this is not a cluttered card, by the way, but you could have it even with less clutter if you pick and choose a bit more what to put in there. That's
Okay.
a minimal comment, really. The only thing I would move out of here might be the PO box.
Yeah.
And you still might want to write Santa Barbara so they know that you're local, right?
Mhm.
Local service. So Santa Barbara might matter. But other than that, phone number, website, QR code, email, that kind of thing is good. But here you have this, the business, the website, your name, what you do, the email, the address. It's like all, and this is how business cards used to be, but now they are much simpler. They are a bit less cluttered.
Yeah.
And so, we might want to tackle, see what's truly important and
Yeah.
how do they get to you? Do they email you most to hire you? Do they call you most to hire you? Or do they go to your website more to hire you? And then prioritize that, right? Anyway, thanks for sharing that. Let me go ahead and I think there was a question before I finish or not. Was there a question or? No? Okay, I'm seeing that Moni and Kristen posted. Before I let you go, can you share your screen, Patricia, to make sure that you're getting some colors so that this message was happening, in which case I will let you go. Other than that, if not, I want to help you make a little bit of where go to your
Yeah, I was
Oh,
just
you
about to post.
already had your screenshot done?
I was about to post something, yeah.
Oh, okay, then go for it. I just didn't know whether, since you're on VDI, sometimes how
Sure,
to do the
sure.
screenshot, and if you got it handled and you're about to post, go for it. That's fine. I wasn't sure if it was an issue of the how to post, since we haven't posted that much. What was happening? Okay, so let's go ahead and take our first break. Okay, you wrote something more modern, brighter, and how to get a QR code on my card. Okay, I'll show you that. Let's type, it says 421, 31, 36, be back at 4:37 p.m. That'll be 15 minutes. And I'll see you guys, enjoy your break. Okay, I'm here. Give me 1 second, but calling you out that I'm almost,
Okay, no worries.
I have. I'm actually here, but I'm eating my last 2 bites of my lunch, which I had to clean up my dog's mess during the time I should have had lunch, so I'm just having it right now. So give me 1 more second to bite.
What kind of dog?
Mm.
Girl.
Okay. All right, there we go. Sorry, I had to swallow.
That's an interesting breed of dog.
Isn't it? Yeah. Lovely dog. Mm. We finally discovered what he is. We got him from the pound and they told us he was a mixture of border collie and they kept changing what the other one would be. Oh, the other one, as if there were only two. And he's a very beautiful dog and I could see a little bit of Pomeranian. I couldn't tell. And then one day I found something online and I looked at it and went, oh my God, that's our dog. It's it's a Sheltie, but he's not
Oh.
identical to this. He's imagined this only just a tiny bit less, like the face is a tiny bit less short, less than that, but yeah, he's in fact, I have the Photos app open all the time because I teach, with it. And since I am, wanting to, share my sweet little dog with you, here he is. This is my guy.
So cute.
Aw. Mm. Yeah, so he's kind of a Sheltie mutt. There we go.
Mhm.
Oh, anyway.
I have a Sheltie, well, not a Sheltie mutt. I have a German Shepherd mutt. Wonderful.
Yeah. Mm. Lovely dogs. And he's, very end of his life. And
Mm.
I knock on wood and I'm so grateful I've never had to take care of an aging parent, but and this is my dog, however much important it is, it's still just a dog and I don't want to diminish it. I love my dog, but it is really hard to take care of someone who's got dementia. And in this case, I can't imagine what it would be like if this were on top of that my parent, it's really hard. He's incontinent and he doesn't know where he is. He needs
Yeah.
can't stand up and we need to pick him up all the time. It's constant, it's round the clock care. 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, he whines, needs to get in and out. He has no idea what time it is anymore.
Mm.
Hard, but we do what we can and that's what we're doing. Poor
Yeah,
little
I just put
adorable.
my rabbit down yesterday.
Mm.
So I totally, well, actually, no, not yesterday, Wednesday. Feels like yesterday.
Oh.
So I totally know it was my house rabbit. So he
Oh.
was very much like a little dog. He was with me in every room I went, he would come with me.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hard.
That is hard. Their presence, missing that. Oh, sorry, Moni. You didn't need to hear me say that.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry.
No, I was very blessed to have him. So he picked me. I didn't pick him. He actually picked me. So
Aw.
I was his human.
His human. Yeah. I am Skylar's the name of his name. I'm Skylar's human. Everyone else does, they're dying to do things for him. And his life lights up when I show up. He's like, oh, mom's home. Everyone takes care of him, does everything, gives him treats, whatever. And I'm like, all I do is feed him, right? But other than that, I'm definitely mom and he's my shadow. Yeah, he's my everything. So he's not
I had
happy
a-
I'm
I
teaching.
had a dog like that, and I never even fed her. The kids did, and she followed me everywhere. And I think it's because I'm the one that took her from the Humane Society. I think. I don't know.
Agreed. I
But
don't
I
know.
just I don't know why she picked me, but she would not let me go out of her sight if she
You
could.
know, I am a dog person, but I'm not a fawning, like I don't let my dogs be on the bed or on
Mhm.
the couch. Like
Same.
I'm a dog person, but I'm not, they don't lick my face. You know, I have limits to how much I interact in that sense, right? And yet every dog we've ever had, I'm definitely their person. I am mom. I am the
Mhm.
one that they just like cuddle and put their body against mine when I'm on the couch and they follow me around and I turn around and I trip over it because he's right under my feet. Always, every dog we've ever had. And I'm like, why? You know, my kids fawn over them. My husband takes them on a walk. I am the dog person. I am the dog person.
It's cute.
Anyway, there's something there, yeah. Anyway, so back to Photoshop. Is Patricia, are you back? Yes, no, or a little check. Yeah, you're there. Okay, good. Just to know whether to call on you or not. And hey, Moni, nice to see you back. I think out of the corner of my eye, I saw, oh yeah, I did. I saw right. I see Wild Oak. Oh, well, see how tiny see how it's all pixelated, trying to make itself big, and when you really click on it, it's tiny.
Mhm.
Is that is that a sketch or something of what you want? Or
No,
that,
it's a JPEG, and my daughter has the other versions of it. Same
Mhm.
thing, but in different formats. I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, and I need to ask her for them again. But
Okay.
that is my current logo, and it's my maker's mark, and so I love it. I love the size of it. I love that it's vertical. I love that my daughter made it. It's 7 years old. Well, it's less than that. Little younger than that.
That's perfect. Well, I want to say that it's typical. I'm gonna click on it again so you guys see what's happening. It's typical when you have a client that says, oh, I want to do something, here's what I have, that they'll give you files like this where this, I want to make a poster of this, and this is what they'll give you, and you're like, aha, I know, because there's just, you know, it's a little tiny version with no resolution, and they're like, well, that's all the designer gave me, you know? So make sure, in case your daughter's computer ever dies or something happens on the planet, that you have the actual files, you know, where you can get the right thing, because this, by opening it up and seeing how tiny it looks on my screen, that's the size it would be if you were to put it on a website or something like that.
Yeah.
Be that size on a website. So it's still even tiny for screen resolution, and it's absolutely impossible for print. Like you wouldn't even get a grain of sand through
Right.
it.
I understand.
Which is fine, and I know that you're just posting it for us to see it, but
Mhm.
just so you know, and yes, by the way, I think it's gorgeous, and if that's your potter's mark, that's a really nice potter's mark.
Yeah, it's perfect. However, it's difficult to use on like even my business card or on my website where things work better in sometimes when they're horizontal.
Mhm.
Right, horizontal. Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna put it in a business card, you might need to consider, yeah, either the whole design of it has to change, or the card many times can be hold on, I'm trying to draw something. The card can be horizontal, right? And then you have the Wild Oak pottery here, and then you have some information there, and then you have your flip side is a big photo of your pottery or something like that.
Okay.
It's just an example, but that doesn't mean, a lot of people forget that it's not double the price to get the flip side of the card printed. That said, how many people I'm looking, because ever since I moved here, one of the things I have in my samples for the class is a whole bunch of business cards, and where did I put them here? I wanted to show you my husband's, who's also a potter, but anyway. I don't know in this new move where I put the stack of business cards, but anyway, I'm just saying that, yes, you need to work, if that is something that that is your logo and you love it, like the way you talked about it was like, this is like the best thing ever, right?
Mhm.
It's not like you're gonna adapt it or modify it, then you got to modify the piece you're making, right, to make.
Okay.
But in this case, you have a business card that doesn't have that at all, right? So the thing is it just your maker's mark, which is not the same as having it be a logo, or would you like it to be a logo? On your business card. That's a decision, which is, it is different, right? Many times you consider it to be the same, but not necessarily. You could just have a business card that just says this. That said, people who begin to be knowledgeable about pottery, collectors and stuff, they recognize maker's marks. So maybe it would be better if your maker's mark is recognizable to have it here, right? And maybe you can even have it like kind of in transparent right here, not in transparent, but just floating in the sense that it is a floater kind of logo, and that you can have just I'm trying to remember what was it that it said I remember the tree. What's on top and bottom?
Just a W and an O.
A W and the O. Okay.
So
So
the O is
you can have
the
it-
tree.
You can have it like that, transparent. This could be black, right? And in fact, here, let me change. Because ultimately, they're not going to buy the pottery because of this photo, however much, however gorgeous it might be or not. That's not how, business cards work. But it might be something that you can just put in here, and I'm very W-O, and then you have like the tree over here, right?
Mhm.
It's like that, transparent over your pottery. Clearly this says pottery, clear that's your maker's mark, and then you have the information.
Right.
And maybe you have this information a little bit smaller, or you decide which of this matters, et cetera, right?
Yeah. And
But
how important is that QR code? I'm so
the
sorry.
flip side
You were saying
could
what?
be your QR code, right?
Mm.
Or
The
you can have, what's that?
You said the flip side?
Could be the flip side. Now, it is more expensive, but it's not double the price to make
Right.
the two-sided ones, but otherwise the other side is blank, right? People who are looking for a QR code will flip it and go, is there a QR code? People who don't might just look at this and never turn it, and so it gets used or not, but then they'll go and look at this, right? So it depends. When you say follow me on Instagram, what is your Instagram handle though? Or whatever it's called, like I don't, like
Mhm.
you go to
It is Wild Oak Pottery.
pottery. Okay, so then that helps because then people will guess that. Some people have a different one, and then it's like, well, that won't work. But anyway, let me just really quickly say that one thing you want to consider when you're making a piece, whatever piece you make, is consider, and this is for Trisha too, for your business card, which is very different business. It's a service, right? Versus this is a product, right? So they're two very different kind of businesses. And what's the point of your business card? Like, what's the why of this business card? Is it for them to call you? Is it for them to go to your website? Is it? No, but it's different. I mean, Patricia,
No, I hear you.
wants to
And I
call-
don't want them to call me.
yeah, because then why is the biggest thing the phone number if you don't
Exactly.
call you, right? So versus Patricia probably does want them to call her. I don't know. Maybe your people book online. I don't know. In which case, the most important thing would be book online, QR code, website, right? So we don't need to put everything in and what's it called? Everything on the teapot, or there's a saying there. Everything on the, come on, help me with that saying.
Kitchen sink.
We don't need to put everything in the kitchen sink. You need to go, when people pick up your business card from your booth, from your gallery, from your wallet that you give it to them, what do you want them to know? And that is one side of it, right? And then maybe if you still want to show them more, you put some more stuff on the other side or not. And if what you want is the website, maybe you don't give them your phone number at all, because then they'll be texting you or calling you and you're like, oh, last thing I want. Right? So then if what you want is for them to go to your website, do that and that's it. Or if you want them to email you, you do that. So do you want them to email you? Do you want them to just go to your website and follow you on Instagram? Or an email is a good idea in case they do want to say, hey, I purchased the blue one from you. Now I want a green one, or I want a bigger one or a smaller one. So then, yeah, one way of contact is worth it, right? But yeah, anyway, so the big old why, what does it need to say? Most importantly, not what you want to tell them. What do you want them to do with the information you give them? Right? So what do you want them to do? Like, what is the action you expect? Right? Them, what do you want to accomplish with your piece that you made? Because, and then that's what you put on that piece, right? And I would think that if your baker's mark is recognizable, then the maker mark, like, recognizable by someone who goes, oh, that's Wild Oak Pottery, then you want it to be part of that. And maybe you are at that level or not of pottery, I don't know, but I think that anyone who has a good maker's mark should be using it, so it becomes that, right? It
Mhm.
becomes important.
That's interesting. It doesn't necessarily have to be my logo.
It can or not. My husband's signs the bottom of his pot. That's his also his, so that in a way he doesn't put a maker's mark. He signs it with underglaze and, well, no, with stain. I don't know what he uses. And then that is also his logo. And then so I also put it on the t-shirt that he wears when he's selling, and you know, da, 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 and it's really just his initials, JB, written the way he's written them all his life. And then when he does it with a paintbrush, it comes out in a way in every one of his pots. And I'm like, okay, that's his logo, right? And
Yeah, I
so
think it's with oxide, isn't it? Like iron
maybe
oxide.
I think he uses oxides, and I think lately he's shifted to a black underglaze, watered down underglaze. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Whole point is, in his case, I said, why not? That you turn around his pot, that's what's there. So it's also his logo, and it's also on his webpage, and it's also on his card, and it's also everywhere. But the question is, does the maker's mark say Wild Oaks to you? No, it's a W and an O and a tree, right? So in that case, you probably do have to write it out somewhere, right? And then how you write it out could also be a logo, or it can just be a font. It's your choice, right? That's all important. But then you might not even have to write it if what you do is, instead of making it say Wild Oak Pottery, you just have it say wildoakpottery.com and wildoakpottery.com, and then clearly that's Wild Oak Pottery, right? So I guess I'm very much a minimalist, and
Mhm.
I know Patricia, who is an antiquary, would not believe that if you come into my room that I said that. But in my design, in my aesthetics, and my hopes and goals and aspirations, I am a minimalist. Don't open my closet. But definitely in how I like things to read. You just want to give the important information. You also want to make it pretty. And after all, you're a potter. You want to show some pots. And for some people, no, they don't want to show pots because they stop making that shape. They stop using that glaze or something like that. So actually, you just want to have the word pottery, right? And the logo. So it depends, right? One of the best business cards for my husband that I made, that I liked, had a glaze that he doesn't use anymore. So it's like, oh, I don't know how to get rid of that. And you're like, no, it's still pottery. It's still gorgeous. Forget it. Don't change it, right?
Right.
And but in the end, it might not be, because people might go, "Ooh, I love that bowl that you have on your card. Do you have it?" And you're like, no, boing, not there, right? So there goes one client. Anyway,
Thank you.
just little thoughts there, but I'm more than happy to keep my goal in this class really isn't what I just did. And that's what I do in my other classes and the compelling content and all that. But in this class, my goal is to teach you to put together a card that has the elements you want, right? And to make that photo be the right resolution, and to make that logo look good, transparent over that, or not over that, over the card. And the same with this one. So if you guys want to collect material for what you're considering your new card would be, and let me know that you'll do that and post it. Maybe with a bit of time, because otherwise I won't be able to do it next class if I'm not aware that that's happening. Then maybe I can help you guys put together two, since it's three of us, two of you want a business card. Maybe what we can do next week is work on a business card. Moni, do you have a business card that you'd like to make, or do you have one that you have that you want to post as for your teaching, or I don't know?
Yeah, actually, because it's lately I've been getting more and more people asking for lessons, so it
It's a
probably
music.
makes sense. And I like the idea of the QR code, because I could even just show it to them and they could just do the QR code if they don't want to take the card.
Mhm. So
So
let me show you, there's quite a few different places, and we got burnt. My husband and I got burnt. The first time I did a QR code, I went to a site that made free QR codes because we're cheap and we weren't sure, and got a QR code. It worked. Printed 1,000 business cards with the QR code. A month later, I hadn't read the small print, discovered that it was free for a month. After that, you had to start paying like $30 a month or something. And we're like,
Yikes.
what?
Good.
So for the price of 1,000 business cards, those went into the trash. And we went and found another place that did QR codes where you just get to have it permanently, also free. And then put that one on the next business card. So that was the first time I did that. I don't know how many years ago. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I don't remember anymore which one I used, but let's just say QR code generator for free. Right. And then when you do that, be careful, read the details, because just because it says QR code, I had not read whatever it is, right? But I don't really remember which one we used ultimately. It looks like Canva does one. Let me just open the first one that's opening up, just because it opened up. And then how to generate, customize. I'm just gonna read. Is this one gonna charge you? Anyway, obviously this is what I didn't do it well last time.
There's a lot of print.
Use my, how do I get them a code from it? I'm just trying to see if it says prices. Ha, the fact that they say prices. Ha, see, I hadn't done that last time. It just says free QR code, right? So they give you the QR code for free, but then to keep it
Mm,
to your site, and we discovered that you can have unlimited QR codes if you pay us 19, that must have been one of these, right? So then it's like, whoops, back to the, but anyway.
so there are some that are free, truly free.
Yeah, so you just need to go to whichever one you go and look at plans and prices. And we did find, I can go look and see whatever we use, but say that you finally do get to find the one that's free. You need just, if I have I don't have a minute. I'm leaving in a week on my trip, so I don't, but if you guys just, that's what you need to do. Go look for, it says plans, prices, read it up, and then you'll discover if it's free or not.
Mhm.
But all you need to do is put in your website. So www.wildoakpottery.com, right? And then you just say it, you want it to look like that, or like that, or like that, or not, or whatever. You want it to say something, or you just want the text or whatever. And then they've created it. By the way, oh, how cool. Remember I just told you in Photoshop, this is that
Mm.
color green.
Mhm.
Look. I am so happy to have shown you what I mean. What you're asking is what frame color do you want it to have? I'm going to put that number in there. Oh, come on, did I not copy it?
Mm-mm.
24A 295, 24A 295, 24A 295, 24. Oh, why is my web? Maybe I need to pay for something or whatever at this point. It's not. Why is it not letting me write in there? Oh, here's where I put it. 24A 2R green. There you go. Green. Same green. See what I mean?
Wow, that's cool.
All I did is the color that I just found in Photoshop, I copied that number. And then I went to wherever you need to insert that information, and that's the color, isn't it?
That's awesome. Yeah,
I can
perfect.
still probably move this around and get a different color, but I started by giving it the number that I got from Photoshop. There you go. Background color, and see how that was the border. See how the border turned into that color? How about background color? Maybe I want it to be red, whatever. You don't have to give it a color. I'm just saying, maybe you want it transparent so that it then doesn't come black, but I wouldn't do that in a QR code. I would have it transparent. Maybe you want it to be one of these designs, you choose it, and then you say download QR code. And that's when they ask you for your detail, make an account and all that kind of thing. And then unbeknownst to me or to you, and a month later, they go, okay, pay up. So find a different one, but it's as simple as that. You do that, you download it, and you get a little file that then you post in your design.
Mhm.
Next thing, when people go to that thing, and let me just see, I'm going to point my phone to it to see if they did the real one. I'm going to put my phone to it. And
It's
maybe, yeah, look at that. Look at my phone. Oh, it's not actually there because probably because we haven't paid.
yeah. You also put an extra W in there. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's why. Wild Oak Pottery. Where's the extra? Oh, duh. Okay, you're right. Thank you. And that's what was happening. Not that it wasn't paid. So let me Pottery.com, and here you go. Can you see my phone?
There she is. That's so cool. And you can double check it and make sure it's
Yeah, that it's actually
Like,
going,
Mhm.
okay?
Great,
So,
thank you.
there you go. But go to that's all you need to do, put in your information, right?
Mhm.
And go find one that is actually free, which is, we didn't do. Okay. Oh, I wasn't sure, was I sharing my screen when I showed you that? How to
Yes.
create it? Oh, okay, I just,
Mhm.
okay. I suddenly am not sharing. I'm like, oh, did I not? Okay, Patricia, you got that too? So, just right, free QR code generator and, yeah, and yes, reading that, I found one that was actually free and he's been using it for years now and we just got it for free, but I don't remember what company it was. The file that you download, that's the file that you upload, you put in your business card, you put in your website, you put wherever you want it, you put it. Okay.
So I
Um,
have a cheater way of doing it.
oh, tell me, what's your way?
So,
Oh, you
you know,
use QR codes.
so when I make I do the posters, and sometimes if I have to do a poster really fast, then I will go to Poster My Wall and use some of their stuff, and then I can make it more mine. But they have a QR code generator.
Okay, yeah, well, I just noticed that Canva,
Yeah.
Canvas, if you use Canvas, so, and I'm not sharing, but here's the, this is what Moni shared earlier on. And this is the poster that she designed, and see how she has a QR code there?
Mhm.
Right there. So she put it in her poster. And it takes you to I'm assuming the website where you buy tickets, or who knows,
Yeah.
for
Mhm.
this site. And yeah, so when I did that search, one of the searches came up with Canva. Canvas. Like Canva is what we use
It's Canva. No, it is
Mhm.
Canva.
yeah, it's just that I use Canvas at school for
Yes.
teaching, and then I use Canva
But
as a
yeah.
design, and I always get them confused. Anyway, but Canva, I don't know if it gives you it for free, because you can use Canva for free, or you can use Canva with a paid subscription. I don't know. I haven't checked the QR code generator portion of it, whether it's part of the free or the paid subscription. I don't know. Maybe it's free because ultimately it doesn't cost them anything. It brings people into their site. So I would assume that it's free, but I don't know. All right. So somewhere out there, there's 1,000 cards that we dumped because
Mm.
really made, yeah, learned my
That's
lesson.
painful.
Can't teach if I don't learn myself, right? And I did not know that. I don't know when we started putting a QR code some years ago. And at first it was like weird, and then it's like, no, people, they just want to scan now. They don't want to carry a card with them. They just want to scan it in, see the site, and that's what I mean, it's been, people are much more open to checking the website now, ever since the card has they leave the card because they don't,
Right.
card, what you do with it, you toss it.
Sorry. Mhm.
And so once they've scanned it, they have it. So we actually have business cards with it and all that stuff, but I just made a little tiny square card, just the size of a QR code on one side, and the other side, it just has his logo. And I think, I don't know what else is on the other side. Oh, it says, microwavable dishwasher, something like that. And then, and that's it. And then he just pops one into each one of his products. And when you buy it, you take that little card with you. It comes in the product, right?
That's awesome. I love that.
So yeah, go for it. Ideas.
Yeah.
Um, okay. So I think that Patricia, you responded yay to the thought of working on business cards next class. I'm looking at the time right now, time we have. And so I'm going to give you guys some homework related to business cards, which I'm still going to teach you what I was going to teach you today, but this is something that normally I do a bit earlier. I'm a bit thrown always with this class when it's taught in so few meetings. Many times I teach the same amount of content in more meetings, just shorter classes, right? So then it's easier to divide into different content. But when it's one same day that I teach it all, it's almost like I can't throw so much at you kind of thing. And so I find that it's harder to segue and to give homework. I have like 6, 7 different homeworks I like to do, but when you teach in 5 days with a holiday in between, it's hard to do the homeworks. But the homework I'm going to give you guys based on this conversation that we have, is has to do with finding out the specs of the product that you're you're gonna have to print. By the way, let me just backtrack to something you said at the beginning of this class, Moni, which is the first time I heard it. You said, I honed so much on the whole specs of the product, and Moni's been through it so many times, that you said that when you went to the printer, he said that it was like there was nothing he had to correct, and like.
Yeah, he said, because
Yes,
I was apologizing and I said, feel free to make any changes, whatever, if you see anything. And he says, oh no, yours are so easy. They're straight ahead, they're nice and clean. So I'm like, well, I had to tell you, because it was like, you taught me correct.
yeah, and partly it's that whole setup where, and let's go to InDesign. You guys open InDesign if you haven't yet. I haven't had you do it, and it takes a while. So go ahead and open it up. But while it's opening, I'm going to go ahead and start opening a new sign. But the first thing you need to know is what's the product you're making, right? And depending on the product you're making, you set up your file from scratch to be correct for that product, right? And so what you need to put in here are we call them the specifications, but everyone just calls them the specs for this product, need to go in that initial document that you open. So in this case, you're like, okay, let me go to inches. Let me put in the information. And then you go, oh, I'm going to click on print. Yeah, Deanna reminded me to be print. If I go to print and you go to inches, and then you go, oh, what size do I make this? Because you need to make the right size. And then you go, what? Columns, margins, lead, help. Okay. Now, in this case, I'm here to tell you what to do, but that wouldn't teach you. If I tell you, tap this, type that, then you won't know how to source it next time. And because Momini had to learn how to source it, when she made a product that was something I hadn't taught, she knew how to source that information. So now I'm not going to tell you what to write in here. I'm going to show you what you do. You go to the internet, a web page, and you say, I'm going to print a brochure, a poster, a business card, whatever it is that you're making, right? A trifold, and you go, okay, who's going to print it for me? Now, if you already have a relationship with a printer that you know that works for you, it looks like Moni found someone that she works with, then that's great. You call them and you ask them, right? But who do you work with, Moni, or where do you get your work done?
Well, since my stuff is all having to do with Dos Pueblos High School, I
Mhm.
use the Santa Barbara County Education Print Shop.
Perfect.
And so, but I mean, we still have to pay and everything, but
Yeah,
oh
yeah.
my gosh, they're so amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing. And guess what? When you went to make that poster, you probably had to call them and ask something. I don't know at this point, if you know, because you've done many of them, but at some point you had to learn. Or when you did your brochure, not brochure, your little booklet, right? You probably had to ask them, how do I do something or the other? So the first thing is you ask your printer. The printer, not your printer, the machine on your desk, but the printer, the company that's going to print your product. You go to them, because for the same business card, you guys, that we're talking about, 4 different companies will want 4 different specs. Okay. So the first thing you need to know is, well, what am I willing to pay? What's my budget? So it kind of starts there. It's like, first look for the budget that you're willing to pay. You can go to moo.com and have gorgeous cards, but you're going to pay 10 times as much as if you go to like FedEx, right? Or something like that. It used to be Costco doesn't make business cards anymore, but definitely that was a quick way to get some cheap, really good quality cards. I miss them. But so I went to moo.com, gorgeous cards, versions, varieties, wonderful stuff. Probably way more expensive, because they can give you not only the basic card, they can give you the perfect, gorgeous foil, strange, thingy. So if that's what you're willing to do, because hey, you're going to only print these once, and it's okay if you spend double. Well, double of how much is too much, right? So is it $300? Or is it $600? Or is it $1,200? And at some point you look at your brain and you go, what's this card going to accomplish? How much am I willing to spend into it? Then you go shopping, right? Or first you find out some ideas and then you discover which one you're going to go. So then you go and you Google business cards, printing, online near me, if you want to go in person at this point, really anyone does that online. And then 10 different companies show up, right? Moo is what's showing up at the top. Then you have Vistaprint is very well known. So I'm going to open Vistaprint. I'm going to go ahead and open it in a new tab. Then I'm going to go to 123 Print just because it's what's showing up first, not because I'm recommending any of these. I've got now 3 open. I have Moo, Vistaprint, and business cards because they popped up at the top. Trust me, I'm sure there's many other companies that are better. Oh, looks like you can print straight out of Canva now. Got Print, I think, is one that we used once. FedEx, right? So anyway, I've opened like 5 different sites there. So here I have Got Print, FedEx, Moo, Vistaprint, 123 Print, which on top of that will give me 20% off if I sign up for my first order. So I'm going to close that up, but nothing to sneeze at, 20%. Okay. Then the most important thing is finding out the specs. And right now, your homework is to find out specs for your business card from at least 3 different printers. And ideally, not from the ones I opened up. But then again, if that's the one that has the best deal, definitely look at one of these too. And then you start going through one or the other. What I like about Moo, I went once to Moo, and ever since then, I show it here in class because Moo actually has some tutorials. It teaches you information. It doesn't just want your information. It actually teaches you. But anyway, I'm going to go to Moo right now only because it's easy to find information. But all of these sites, everyone has it, and I don't want to spend the whole time. I want you to go to any of those, and I'm going to say, okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do business cards. Okay, business cards. Let's see. What kind? Original, super, luxe, cotton, special finishes, standard. I mean, other places might just have 2 choices, right? Moo has ridiculous amount of choices. Okay. Let's say standard size business cards. Let's just say that for now. Then you'll decide. So when you say that, you go, okay. Even when it's standard size, because they have a lot of really thin ones, really fat ones, really square ones, they special rounded corners, you know, you can go in and see all these different things. But most of the places will have not so much different shapes. Most of the places, what they'll have is different quality paper, different 2-sided or 1-sided. That's what you'll find in most of these other places. So let's say that it's 2-sided. In which case for them, it says it's 33.5 by 2. Now be careful because this is a generic number. This is not your spec. This is not your specs. Here again, it says 3.5 by 2. But you keep going down and then it is choose your paper. Do you want 16 point thickness, 17 point, 18 lux? And you know, when you take a business card and it's floppy, or you take one that it's like almost cardboard, that's the thickness of the paper. And of course, it's going to be much more expensive to have 32 point thickness than 16. So then you just click one and you go, if I choose that one, then what's it going to cost me, right? And then it says, well, if you want 200, it'll cost you that. If you want 1,000, it'll cost you that, et cetera, et cetera. But notice that the moment I click on a choice here, this is a great site because it doesn't hide it. It's telling you information, but that's not the information I want. I want to go down. Design guidelines. Design guidelines. These are the specs. These are the specs. Okay. So it's telling you right here, and I'm going to do a little screenshot because I don't want you guys to use Moo because I am finding it and I'm going to I am finding it.
First.
And I'm going to post it, and then you guys have to find in another site your own homework. And I'm going to decipher this spec a little bit. First of all, moo.com, standard size. And at this point, I don't care how much you're going to pay, if you're going to put foil or not. I want the specs, and the specs are going to be the same if it's foil or not foil. What does that mean? The size, the bleed, the trim, that's not all you have to do. You have to do a bit more than that, but that is an example of having found on this company the specs. So it's calling things bleed area, trim, and safe area. Remember that when we first started, we made a document the first day and I talked about bleed and trim and safe area. Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's the name for this company. A different company, and now I'm going to go to another one and say that I go for standard again. and it asks me all that kind of stuff. As I head down, here it goes, product details, file setup, templates. Okay, this is the stuff that you guys need to go down to. That would be the specs. And so size, the standard is 2 by 3 by 5, file setup. And so here it's going to tell you what to do. And what you'll find is that depending on what size it tells you to do, what much bleed it wants you to give them. And this is weird. This is not a standard bleed. It's interesting. Oh, if you're doing a rounded corner, it requires a bigger bleed. Okay, that's what it's telling you. I was gonna say, the typical bleed is 0.25. This is 0.325. Okay. It's telling you dots per inch, which by the way is wrong, but printers use the word DPI because they print and ink drops in dots on the paper. Designers, photographers talk about PPI, pixels per inch, because that's the product that we provide, right? So that's the difference. Dots per inch is how many dots of ink fall on the paper, but it's still per inch versus pixels per inch. A pixel represents many dots because one pixel, that's, now we know, one pixel that's going to be this green is going to need some drops, maybe 3 drops of cyan to 1 drop of magenta to 2 drops of yellow in that same spot to come up with this green, right? So does that make sense? Each one of the little tiny bits that get printed that are that color are going to need 1 pass of yellow, 1 pass of magenta, 1 pass of cyan. So all those colors need to drop into 1 little drop. So the 1 drop that finally falls, let's say, onto the inch of paper, let's say okay to that. So say that the printer is going to accumulate it's going to put in a little drop of onto 1 little piece of paper. That's going to be 30% of that is going to be green. The other is going to be cyan. The other 10% of that drop, I'm looking for my eyedropper here. I'm going to use the eye because I can't find the eyedropper. The other 20% of that is going to be yellow. The other, and I'm inventing this, right? The other percent of that brush is going to be, oh, it's not a good blue, dark blue. I go with dark blue. Is going to be dark blue, and then it's going to have cyan, yellow, magenta, whatever. And then that drop that falls onto that spot will look this color. That's if it's a digital printer. That's what our printers here do, right? But if it's a web press printer, which now for a business card, you probably won't have that. But if it's a web press printer, then they're going to make film. So if you do a book or an album or, you know, your booklet, the program that you made, that's probably going to be made in a press where what they're going to do is they're going to pass the paper once and drop all the yellow on it. Then they're going to pass it through again and they're going to drop all the cyan. And then they're going to put it through another time and all the black, right? Cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. 4 times, 4 passes. And when you're done, you pick it up and it looks like the full color cover. Does that make sense? And if it doesn't, I'll show you. Moo has a good description about that. So hold on. So here I'm coming into this site and it's telling me that it needs to be 300 PPI resolution minimum. Color mode, you need to deliver it in CMYK mode. What format? Well, they take all these different formats. Be aware and be careful because not all of these are going to give you good font. So I would never go with quite a few of these. Tell you, the file size can't be any bigger than that. If you're going to put foil or stuff like that, there's more instructions, right? And then it says here, read more. And it tells you a whole bunch of other information, excluding how you submit, how you whatever. But these are the specs for this file. Now, not only that, but most companies offer you templates, right? And in this case, let me clear this color. Looks like this company is offering you templates. if you want to make it in Illustrator, in Photoshop, in Acrobat, and InDesign, or if you just want a JPEG, if you're going to go for vertical, if you're going to go for horizontal. So you can decide that what you're going to do is you're not going to make your own. You're just going to go, and it looks like I have the choice of rounded corners that I must have made at some point because it's giving me rounded corners information. So I can click on, it's going to be vertical and I want it in Illustrator or I want it in InDesign or whatever. So I click on that and it says, do you want to download from da 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 da? I'll say allow and boom. It just went into my computer. I'm going to go ahead and open it up and there it is. This is the template that they just sent me. Okay.
Mm.
And in this case, the safe zone is demarcated by the blue line. This is what normally I would call margins. In most products, it's called margins. Like you don't want to go any further than that with any of your important information. Trimming zone is this pink line. This is where the machine's going to go and cut it off, right? And then bleed zone is that part, right? And what means is that if you're going to have a full color card, you got to give your information and take it all the way to bleed. Now, final size, 2 by 3.5 inches. Size with bleed, 2.1 by 3.6 inches. Now that might be different than, and I don't necessarily want you to cheat and use their template. I would prefer you learn to build it ourselves, but there's nothing wrong with using a template, except for that this template isn't necessarily ready for you to use with layers and stuff. All they did here is they put a little picture of it, but if you try to select this text to change it, it's not selectable. This is just showing you what the lines are, but you still need to create the file yourselves. Let me go to Moo and download their version of PSD, Photoshop, AI, InDesign. Let me just do their InDesign version. And I'm gonna now open that one. And they sent 2 files. I'm gonna go with landscape and I'm gonna open that file. And here's, the other one was vertical, this is landscape, anyway. And this is how they send it, right? And what they say is that the size is, this is consistent. FedEx and Costco had different ones. So 3.5 by 2, bleed area, 366 by 216, that one's different. Trim 350 by 2. And so then they're marking it like that's the bleed green, that's your trim, it's the blue line, that's your safe area. And they put these little dark lines saying you're safe. I have my,
So, Deanna, when you're going to design your card, do you just open up a new file and then start, or is this what's connected
yeah, so
to Moo?
what they are doing here is giving you a template. This one is better than the other one because they gave you a locked layer with their guidelines
Mm-hmm.
there for you to read, but
Yep.
then they already have a layer prepared for you to put in your artwork yourself and then turn this on and off to read
Mhm.
their guidelines. So this is an actual workable guideline. And, you know, but see, it's got a bunch of stuff in here that you don't need to access or whatever, but you can just say, okay, I got it, you turn it off. But that said, if you tried to see the guidelines right now, you can't, right? Because I had to turn this off. So if I want to design it, this is on. So I seem to bring out my own guides to mark where the guidelines should be. You know, actually they had their guides there. This is the, I just went and hit the W so I could see this is their margin, this is their bleed. And what it means is keep everything inside of there. And no, they don't have their margins. Oh, interesting. Can I view guides? They don't have the,
So not very helpful.
well, no, it's just that they had,
Helpful could
this
be.
second ago, they had their guides. Or are these my guides that I put in? So it looks like these are guides for when they created their own. See, they have, so I'm just trying to point something out to you. This document that they sent, see these guides right here. Let me put color. See that there's some guides that I'm going to show you how to create right here. Right here. See these pink, blue little lines that are there? Do you see them?
Yes.
Okay. those, if you notice, that's what's a margin. This is the safe area, right? But that's not the margin. Notice that they don't go past this for their artwork. You see that? And here there's nothing, but do you see how all their text is within that line? And then with that line and within that line? They don't have text, so they don't go to the edge of the safe area. They leave this and this completely clear, and they have an internal margin, which is this guideline, which they don't talk about here. It's up to you to see what's the guideline you feel comfortable with, and then within that, they put their text and their information, and that's kind of how you should do it. You should have your own margin, and they're doing that with these guides right there. Okay, so we're gonna, once you choose which company you want to go with, so that's partly your homework, which company fits your price range, and you might decide something different than Christopher and Petrus and Moni might decide something different for what you're willing to pay for the cards. And for some of you guys, it's an essential part of your process. It's worth getting a much bigger piece. And for other guys, it's just ancillary. If someone has a business card here, you give it to them. Hey, maybe you don't need to spend that much, or you spend more, but you make less, whatever. But the thing is that when we come to class, we're not going to use this template. We're going to get the specs that you discovered your company needs, and we're going to build from scratch our little template to fit their needs. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
You can use this, but it's actually going to be more complicated to turn this off and rebuild it on top than, not much more complicated, but this is a good template, but the first one wasn't a good template, actually. They have all their stuff on a layer inside your layer. The people who did this don't know how to make a good layer. The people in Mood did know how to make a good layer, whatever. A good template. So you go to other companies, they have their own, but the important piece, and let me clear all my little black lines. The important piece is to find the information, right? And so sometimes you have to go to different parts of the page to find out. But if you decide to get, say, quick business cards, and you go shop now, usually at the very bottom of this, they will have the specs. And if not, you go down here, design templates. Okay, design templates. So you just kind of continue as a guest. You go to the design templates, and then you do that. Or you do a search and you just write the word specs, all right? Or specifications or something. Oh, it's not writing. Ah. Okay, I closed that page by mistake. No, there it is.
You want actual size of the card, the bleed.
So first you need to decide what you want, right? And then it'll ask you, well, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to print? And it'll give you that whole information. And then it'll give you bleed. Bleed is the most important thing, is size and bleed.
Okay.
Because as I said before, I had some designed by one company, and I tried to give them the same file to the other company. It turns out that their bleed and their finished, that's why I wanted to show you my samples. The same business card, one was a teensy bit longer and a teensy bit shorter. It wasn't exactly 3 by 2.5 or whatever the number is. And if you had, and had I given them the same file on the long and short one, it would have cut a little bit off the top. Does that make sense? So anyway, find a standard, round, whatever you want to do. And once you find and decide, I want to spend this much, I want to do that, make your choices. Then by the time you're done, they give you the specs, or you can look for specifications and stuff. So if you go with matte paper or coat, it'll make a different price. And usually at the bottom of, once you make your choices, there's the specs and templates. Okay. So, and I guess, look at that. I'm finding all the ones I'm finding right now happen to be 2 by 3.5. That was not what my experience was, but the bleed has actually been different. 2.12, 3.26 was in this one versus in the Vista print. It was, the bleed was a bit different. I'm trying to remember. So the bleed was 3.35. It was 0.325. Anyway, so choose that, start with that information, choose your company. And then even if you don't use that company, at least you'll know how to then look for it and modify when you decide, I found a better place here. Oh, well, all I need to do is stretch it out a bit or move it up a top or move the bleed a little bit. But we're going to create next week a template based on the company that you choose. And you might have chosen 3 different places. That's okay. We're going to use those 3 different places, and each one is going to make their own. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're trying to guess what to design, like Patricia, you mentioned just that you want to update it and I think you said make it brighter colors. I don't know where you wrote that. Maybe you wrote that in the chat. So I'm not going to design it for you. So it's up to you, and don't take it as this is the card that now I need to use. And it's no, I'm just going to show you how to set up the file, how to put it in, give you advice, give you examples. But you can still, keep working on it on your own and choose to use a different logo or listen, whatever. But if you're going to make a logo and have a logo, then we're going to see how do we bring it in, what size, what resolution. Because as one of those specs told me, the resolution for the card has to be 350 pi. I would much prefer 400. We'll talk about that. So let me say that if you haven't yet read in the class handouts, I believe, Patricia, you might have not heard about it because you weren't here at the beginning. Sorry, that's not what I was trying to share. I was trying to share. I have so many files open that all different things are sharing. In the class handouts for design technique, I had said that there was a handout that I wanted people to read. New pixels, image size, and image size resolution and PDF in Photoshop. I gave that homework at the very beginning, and then I don't know that I mentioned it again, and you weren't here at the very beginning. Did you read it, Kristen?
I did.
Okay. Patricia, probably not, right?
No, I think I remember it from the previous class, but
Yeah, so I'm gonna upload it here and have it in the Padlet, or you can go to the class handouts and get it from there. Whole point is, if you have time, and since we're gonna be printing, then I want you to also read how to resize images for print. Okay, how to resize images for print. I'm gonna go ahead and download that. Then I have how to resize images for email and web, which could easily say be screen, which is not what we're going to do next week, but that's okay. And then here I'll download this one, and I'll just put them up in the Padlet. But I don't know if you remember how to get to the Padlet during the week. If you
Yeah.
which if you come to the class handouts and you double click on the link that takes you to the class recordings and whatnot, then I believe it's one of these. Oh, no, that's the illustrator one. So let me just open this one. Then here's
Or
the
their
link to the
mails.
class Padlet, right?
Mhm,
So that
mhm.
you can do, and you're gonna have to post information by next Friday. Maybe you'll do it to this weekend, maybe you'll do it tonight. I want you to post the information on 3 different printers and that you found, and then tell me which one is the one that you're choosing. Even if later you change your mind, we're just gonna choose one, right? And then I want you to upload, ideally, into the class Padlet if you have a logo, if you have any art that is coming from somewhere that you're going to use or whatever, fine. And if you don't, and you're just going, completely with no particular intention or idea, we'll see how we come up with something from scratch. But if you have any information, like what I would like is for you to go, the post that I would like is for you, wow, am I not getting enough? Is for you to make a post that says my card's goal, or my why, and that would be more fun. My why for my business card is basically what I want my card to accomplish, or more, or even better, what I want people to do when they get my card is, right? Think about it in those in those sentences. And then someone would be contract me for services. How? By going to my website or by calling me or by whatever. So write it all down, like write all these things down. What do you want that card? How do you want people to contact you? Kristen shuddered at the thought of a phone call and she had the phone number on her card, right? Versus Patricia might be wanting phone calls. I don't know. You tell me. I want them to go to my website and sign up, or I want them to visit my gallery. Or I want them to buy from my online store, whatever your goal, what's the point of that piece? You can't expect the business card to do everything. You might need a brochure, a postcard, something else if you want something more deep, right? Like if you're trying to tell clutter, the clutter tackler, if you want to tell them everything you offer, maybe on the back side of the card, you have a listing of words of what you offer. But most probably you can just send them to the website for more information of what our service is. Check out, scan this QR code or something like that, right? So what's the goal of the card? To get them to go to your website to sign up, to get them to call you, to get them to, I always say to vote, to donate, to what is the goal of the piece that you're making? Be clear on that, and then it'll be much easier to design your card. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
When you know what it needs to say, and then bring it down to what it truly needs to say, not all the things you want it to say. Right? So this is more like homework day 4. Okay. And let me make it green. There's more to the homework, but at least you have that there. Notice that I've always been posting what you need to do. And so if you don't know how to get to this during the week, you wouldn't be able to do this on, right? So go ahead and make sure to have a way to get to this business card. I think my husband just came in. I think he's looking for the dog. Okay. All right. So then I want you to also post information about here's the specs for the business card from Got Print. Okay, that Moni printed. She beat you guys. Now you have to do a different one.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. All right. And then we're going to open up and go through all that it takes to create that business card on the specs that you want and need. All right.
Wait, are we supposed to do 3 different businesses, those specs, or just one?
Well, at least I want you to check some out because I want it to be realistic. I want you to really truly look and see, well, I think I prefer these cards or that cards, but I prefer these, but they're going to cost me $1,000 versus I don't prefer these, but they're going to cost me 100. Hey, I'm going to go for 100. Then get those specs, right?
Yep.
But if you see the specs are quite different or have different information, what I find is that the day that people come back with this homework, people are like, oh, I learned that this and that from reading more than one company's specs. You might discover also how customer friendly that company might be, because one company will be very hard to find and there's no number to call them if something goes wrong, and another company will. And so maybe is that something you want to factor into your price or stuff like that, right? So anyway, but yeah, I don't care how many you put out here. Technically, I said 3, at least research 3, and at the very least put up the one that I chose this company, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Ideally, make sure that you choose a company based on at least 3. When I really going to print something, I'll check many places because, money matters, quality matters, speed matters. Like, how long is it going to take them to get it to me? How easy it is to contact them if there's a problem. Like, I'll research each company a bit before I choose. Obviously, I did not do that when I got my QR code.
Said free.
Free. I mean, come on, you write free QR codes.
Totally.
Live and learn. Okay. I'm looking at the time. I want us to get to the next step. And it's pretty much a few minutes to our next break. So why don't we just call for the break now? And unless you have any more questions about this, we'll stash this until next Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions, Patricia, of what kind of things to do, prepare, have ready? Do you have ideas already? Are you completely in the blank or do you have?
No, I'm brainstorming. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. I just gave you a little mini create compelling content class in there instead of a digital design techniques class, but it was necessary. Because you guys are not just doing exercise for me, you guys say you want to make your own business card. So I'm putting in more info than just everyone write the logo. I'm saying, okay, let's do this for real next week, right? Let's get something good out of this. So I wanted to teach you how to find that in how to find you in your brain the information. You start the design and saying what you want. The rest flows from there. Okay, be back at it's 5:43. I need help here. If this were 5:45, we would meet at 6. So at 5:58. Do I have that right? Am I completely off base or is that no 5:58 would not is that 15 minutes? Somehow it seems wrong, but okay. All right, see you at 5:58.
Yeah.
All right. Let's come back. Calling you all. Calling you back. All right. Get some feedback cleared so I can let Patricia give me a yes if you're there. Yep, you are. All right. Moni and Kristen, every time I've taught this class, as the day goes on, people join us, and 3 people emailed me, and there's not that many more in the class actively attending. 3 people had issues today. One was sick, one was in Japan, one was dealing with the world economy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, how funny. You know, how funny to not cry. And I guess that's his job. And he was so stressed. So next thing you know, 3 people excuse themselves, plus you who are here, plus, you know, the people who pop in and out, who today maybe decided to not pop in. And yeah, this is as small as it's ever been. Hopefully, if you're listening to the recording, they know to prepare to make a business card by next week. Otherwise, they shall make a business card for whoever needs one. They shall make one with people's materials. Okay. All right, so I'm going to close these templates that I opened. And who still has the Turn logo that we created last week? You were both here, Patricia and Kristen and Moni. I think you
Yep.
posted it too, right?
Mhm.
You did it too. So you both posted it. Patricia, do you have it? Did you complete it?
Not complete it.
What's that?
Did not complete it.
Didn't complete it. Okay. And I'm just asking you because otherwise, if you didn't complete it, I did put a file in the class handouts. Let me share my screen that you can access.
That the catch up.
And the catch up, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe I did.
I think I see it there.
You see it there? Okay. So in the class files, catch up. Yeah, catch up Turn logo. You open that and then there is, it's in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so open it from there. Those of you who have your own, let's open our own. So I'm gonna go to wherever I saved mine. Here it is. And I don't know if you remember, we had the master file where we had all our learnings and back and forth and then at the last minute, the last end of the day, we had exported, and we had exported a JPEG and then we had exported an AI. Let's open that master file. And I think we had also exported a PNG from what I see here. We had exported 3 versions. Let's open the master one. Then we can go from scratch. Now this, no, I'm wrong. This isn't the one where we learned. Oh, I guess I'm not sharing that. Here, let me add the share for that. Okay, here we go. So this is the master. Now this isn't where we made it. This is just the fact that the one that we made it in, and I'm trying to remember, I believe this one just called Turn logo is where we made it. Is that it? Yeah. And this is where we had a bunch of other stuff, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And then we chose the one that we considered our final. And which one did I give you? That's the, I'm talking about the Turn logo master. Okay, so the one I put in the and the catch up is the one where we grabbed, after all our work of getting it done, we grabbed, in this case, it was Artboard 2, I believe, and we exported just Artboard 2, and that's the master. Okay. Is that kind of where you're at? Do you all have it in an Adobe Illustrator file? And it's your, without all, it's one artboard and it just has, oops. And it just has that and nothing else. If I go command minus, 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 there's nothing else there. Do you have it that way, Kristen and Moni?
Mm,
I'm still
Or do
looking
you
for
still
my,
have this version with all the stuff? By the way, I did upgrade it. Was it last week that someone said that they had instructions at the bottom of Illustrator? And I said, I don't know. And then we discovered that I was one upgrade under. So I don't know who is, if it was one of you guys or it was someone who's not here today, that they were, I think it was Gerard, or I don't know, someone who said that if they clicked on something, they had instructions here. It says, click the object to select, shift click to select multiple objects, option drag to select. And I didn't have that. Well, I upgraded to the latest version, and that's there now. It's almost like it's giving you certain instructions or certain information. And if you click on that little question mark, it teaches you how to use that little piece or feature. So yeah, kind of cool. But I hadn't, it just came in the latest version. I don't remember if there was any other changes. I think that was the main thing that I said, no, I don't have it, and someone did have it. I think that's the main thing. Did you find it, Kristen, before I move on?
yeah, I did. It just took a while to open.
That's fine. So you
Yep.
have the one that's mixed with everything, or do you have both and you also have the one that's on its own?
Let's see. I have the one that's mixed with everything, and I thought I had the one on its own, the original. It's sitting here in,
Not the original is just the one that we copied from. No, when you say original, you mean
um, like the original file.
this would be the original file where we made it.
Okay, I've got that.
Okay, so then we did an export, okay? And if you want to do that export again, make sure, do you have an artboard that's the size of the logo-ish, so to say?
No, I do not.
Okay. At least is it a page that has nothing else?
Let me see if I can remember how to add a page.
No. I mean, why don't let's instead have you share your screen and I'll see. 'Cause otherwise, you can go just grab mine from the catch-up file and we can continue. But since part of this is learning how to do this, I don't necessarily want us to rush through it. Okay, so this is your file, and you have oh well, looking for my annotation tools, which seem for some reason, you know how I pull out my pencil to write?
Mhm.
It's gone. Where's my annotations tools? It's very hard to show you stuff if I don't have my annotations here. There, got my annotation tools. All right. So, I don't know how I survived it. I used to just talk people into things ever since this thing appeared in Zoom only, maybe a year ago. It's like I can do that and do that. Let me actually change the color. That's from when I was writing your logo. Let me just go back to bright pink so it's very visible. There we go. Okay. So which is the one that you made? Is it that doesn't feel completely finished?
Oh, if that's not it, for sure.
Think you
So I
finished?
went to Bridge.
Oh, let's do that. Wait, hold on, because you might have saved in the wrong place. So go back to Illustrator for a second. Since you're on BDI, this might or not work. BDI might not remember, but go to File and see Open Recent Files. And let's just see if you have one that has a different name. Illustrator Turn is this one. Practice Illustrator, it does seem like it's different ones. So I'm not sure that you have another one. Try, and it'll probably not open, and it probably is the one that you have. Click on that, but it's probably the one that.
I have one I labeled Midway.
Okay, then on Bridge, go check the Bridge and see if that's the one.
This one.
Okay, go for it. Try
Okay.
that.
I think this one is probably my more finished one, and I just didn't.
Yeah, so this looks like, I'm gonna go to Command minus to see if there's anything else around it.
Control minus.
Okay, so this one looks like it's, the first one's when this one is more work, so the logo is there. Okay, so let's clean it up a bit. Zoom in again a little bit. And what we need to do is we need to take the rest of this, right? All of this stuff, and just drag it over to another page and have this page be pretty clear. Drag this over. It might be easier to go Command minus and back out a little bit. Yeah, of course you have so much space here, so I'm not sure why you're using Illustrator so tiny.
Because I'm using it side by side, so I can see
Oh, got it. So you can see both.
my
Okay.
iPad's a little too small.
Okay, so now just move it off the page. I don't need it to be in any particular place. Just grab this and drag it over. And then drag those and drag them over or put them in the pasteboard. I don't care. Not the final piece. Leave that good.
Yeah, so there was a way to put all of this together in one, or do you want
So go ahead and, but you first need to select it all anyway. Drag a box across, like, yeah, put your mouse where my pink dot right now is, right there.
to?
Now click and drag, and you're going to make a box touching this. Don't touch this. So start again. You don't want to touch that. So do that. There you go. And you can include that R. So go down a little bit more. And there you go. You only need to touch the tip of the R. You don't need to touch anything. That way you for sure leave this untouched.
Wait.
Might have touched something there. So do it again. Click away first. Sorry, so much pink. Click away to get rid of what you, oh, there. It looks like you got it. Okay. And now you can either drag it there or drag it to the pasteboard. Oh, or yeah, you can group it. If that's what you meant to say, Command or Control G. Command G so that it groups, or go here to this little button that says group. Okay. And now you can just grab it as if it were one thing. I would do Command minus again to see your pasteboard. Command minus minus a few times, or your Control minus minus. I'm sorry, you're on PDF. And now you can just grab with the selection tool.
Yeah.
That and pull it out. You already grouped it. So since it's grouped, now you can just click on it and the whole thing comes as one because you grouped it. But you need to grab it from something black. When you grab it from something white, you're touching nothing. Grabbing a donut from the hole, right?
I remember you saying that. Okay.
And then this one, you want to get rid of this one too. So click on the end part of it before you move it up. Okay. Now we got to grab the tool, the artboard tool. And where do you have the artboard tool, the artboard tool, the artboard tool? This is this getting started. They're not giving you the artboard tool. I don't see it. So just let's go ahead and click somewhere neutral so you have no selections made. Yeah, and then go to edit artboards. Normally the artboard tool is here, but I guess in this version I didn't. So click on edit artboards. Good. Now grab this artboard as if it were a shape from here and just drag it in until it's the size of your turn. And this, unfortunately, for better or for worse, I gave Patricia the one that's already happened, so you're missing out on this experience, but we're just adjusting the artboard to the size to resize it better around the piece of art that we want. And now save your file. Control or Command S. You guys want to learn to do certain shortcuts that are universal to the entire world of computers. All right, and now say File, Export. Well, actually, let's not export. Hold on. I think right now the best thing to do is to just select this shape. Like you're in the artboard tool. So you're gonna create a new artboard. So go back to selection tool. Okay. So click and drag around this to just grab that whole piece. Okay. Copy. And group it first. So click on the group over there, or click on the word group over there, or Command or Control G. Okay, so now it's one group thing. Now copy it. Okay, and now let's go and make a new file. File new. Say create.
The A4 or the letter?
No, actually, you're right. Go to print. And go to inches. We need to get that to change consistently to inches. You have to do that in the settings. And then right now it doesn't matter. just say create, and we're gonna adjust it because I don't remember the size of our final logo. So just say create and paste. Okay, put it somewhere in the middle, and notice that you brought your guidelines with you too, because when you selected, you had them selected. Nope.
Ooh.
No, you need the selection tool
And I gotta click on.
on black, not
Yeah.
on white, not
No.
on the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. Now let's go back to that artboard tool. Do you remember how you got there?
Somewhere over here.
Yeah, but before you can find it there, I had told you you had to deselect everything. Now, again, we're in that minimized tool. Normally you'd have it there, but since you don't have it there, you have to first have nothing selected, then the artboard tool shows up. Because basically, when you have something selected, these things here are things that you can do to the selection. But when you
Mhm.
have nothing selected, then these things here are things you can do to the document, right? And in this
Mhm.
case, it said at your artboards. There's a reason. It's not just because I'm saying it, there's a reason to that. Okay, and now go ahead and minimize your artboard so that it just surrounds the logo. So grab the corners of your artboard and
Oh,
pull them in.
Is there an easier way of doing
No,
it? This is in the way.
hit your space bar then you can get your hand and drag, hit the space bar, keep it down. Now you have a hand, drag it up. Okay, and now when you let go. Cool. There you go. Now save that one. And I think this is the one that we called, what did we call this one? I guess this is one that I called Turn Logo Master.
Well, this is where I go on your computer.
Yeah. And then save it in your drive with your stuff. In there. Cool. So you might, yeah, you can just drop it in there, or you could make, but don't forget to put in the file name.
Right. What are you suggesting?
You could make a folder and start putting all the materials of one project in it instead of dropping into the main folder, but never mind, you just save it in here. But in general, you want to, you could want to call this like turn, or there you go, you called it projects, okay? And then this one I called it turn master, like it's the clean original, whatever you want to call it, turn clean version or master version.
I don't know what we're doing with it. You said something.
Oh, well, we're gonna use it now, but we had to isolate it from everything
Mhm.
else.
But what are we gonna do with it?
Since we're gonna do a business card next week, we're gonna work on a postcard right now, or on a poster if you want. We'll see.
Hmm.
Which for? I was gonna crowdsource to see which product you wanted to put it into, but. All right, so here we go. So this is a logo, and this is the part that matters now. This is the file where it got created in. It's an Illustrator file, okay? Now, it's not text anymore, remember? Like, I'm gonna stop your share. And I'm gonna share mine. Do you guys remember that this is not text anymore? Is that like clear, or do I need to explain more about that? Give me, oh, I don't,
I think I'm okay. I mean, I wouldn't just.
you remember that? It's not, if I try to go and select it as text, this is not text. This is art. Art that on top of that, I didn't get you guys to turn it into one piece. If you really were to ungroup this, and I'm gonna ungroup it, you don't have to, it's still bits and pieces put together to make this logo. So we never turned this whole thing into one piece. Does that make sense what I mean when I say it's still bits and pieces? All the
Yeah.
things that made it. That's the one that I have. That's the one that Patricia has, because she has the same one as me. And then hopefully it's the one that you have. But it is grouped. And I'm not sure, is yours grouped? I think, yeah, I told you to group it right before saving it. So you can grab it and move around as if it were one piece. Now, ideally at this point, I would have spent more time and made sure that the lines were perfect in the logo, and that, when I mean by perfect, I'm looking at this and immediately I'm noticing that you know, that piece of the R doesn't match with that piece of the art, but I also want to acknowledge that this is not an Illustrator class and that you will get that much cleaner and more complete once you do know Illustrator. But I would like to join all of these little bits and pieces and have it all be one thing. So the quickest way to do that right now, there's many tools, but the quickest one is, and so everyone ready? Select your shape. It's grouped, so it's one shape. It just has bits and pieces. And we're going to head over here into the properties panel. And we're going to choose here under the Pathfinder. There's one tool that says Unite. Okay, so with this selected, we're going to click on the Unite. Okay, and see how all the in-between stuff disappeared? Let me just show you that again. That's what it looked like before, which had I had my internal white selection tool, I would have seen all the bits and pieces, but once I hit Unite, it all turns into one continuous black piece. So this shape now is one. And everything I did hopefully is good enough because it's all been united. You're good with that, you guys?
I am not seeing
The turn has to be selected.
Pathfinder. Okay, maybe that's it.
It has to be selected. Then over here, you would find the Pathfinder on the properties panel.
I feel a share screen coming up.
All right, go for it. Share screen. All right, let me move this up. So you are, what's that black line you have around it? I'm interested. Go ahead and use selection tool. Oh, you're not selecting you're in the non-selecting mode, which of course gives you the edit artboards, but you need to select your shape first. Click on it. Yeah. And now go to, the tools, the annotation tools are hidden again. Why? Here they go. So then here's your Pathfinder. And that's your unite all the shapes that I'm selecting. There you go. Now I'm a little bit confused because you have something else happening there. Click away. It looks like you had a black line, right? Yeah. So let's undo that. Command Z. You don't want to unite that unless your goal is to have it be part of the logo, but it wasn't originally. It looks like you have some kind of a stroke on your, no, you don't. Over here, I have a stroke. So what is that line?
What are you looking at?
You had after you united, you had a black line here, which you shouldn't have. After you unite, you should have nothing. But I'm not sure if it's something that, so let's click away to get rid of your selection. See this black line that you have there? I don't know where you brought that from.
I don't see where you're pointing. Oh,
Black line there, black line there.
oh, the box surrounding it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That box. Oh, shoot. I messed up completely because I was doing Command Z on the keyboard of the place that I just, hold on, I have a different keyboard from when I'm up there correcting you, trying to get rid of the paint. So where did this come from? Can you go back to your place where you brought this from and let's see if you had it there already?
Maybe.
And we zoom in, Command plus. No, doesn't seem to be there. So let's select this again, give it a box. Make a little box starting from here.
Okay, here we go.
Drag across. Okay, copy. Now go to your turn revised, I guess is what you called it. Okay. Let's select this and delete it because it's all one piece and I have no idea where that black came from. Just since it's already been grouped, a single click on any part that's black. Hit the delete key. Okay. And there. Oh, you made an internal art. No. What's that? A black line.
I don't know. Looks like a business card. Beginnings.
Yeah, open. Huh, give me this is bizarre. Give me control for a second. Question mark control. See a message saying, can you say yes? Okay, don't move your mouse for a minute at least. Move your mouse. Let me, oh, I got you on the wrong computer. It's okay, I can do it. Hit the W key on your keyboard. No? Okay, don't touch anything again. Hmm. Make a new. Print. Inches. Create.
I hate to interrupt. I have to get going to feed my daughter.
Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness, yeah, we don't want to keep them hungry. All right, make sure to have all the materials that you can and to watch the last, portion of the class, which is, what time is it? 7:15, so next 45 minutes, so that you can be ready for because what I'm going to teach now is so that later when we set up our cards next week, you know the stuff that it takes to set it up, okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, so now can you paste in here? Kristen, do a paste so that your turn that you just copied again pastes in. Okay, now let's click away. See, there's no black. So I'm not sure what that was all about. I'm gonna hit edit artboards and bring it down. Oh, that's what it was. Looks like you had a hidden artboard. That's what it was. Okay. You had a hidden artboard behind the artboard. That's probably what that was. Okay, so now let me undo. Okay, so now grab your artboard tool. Now I'm gonna let you do it.
So it's still sitting in the upper right corner, that artboard one, is that okay?
Yeah, so now your artboard tool is in your hand, like your hand right now, because we're in artboard mode. You need to just grab the corner and bring it in
Yeah.
and make it smaller. And what happened is that instead of doing that, you had, let me just show you again.
Okay.
You had an extra artboard drawn around it. And anyway, just I'm gonna get my hands off of it now so you can do it. Grab the corners of that shape, that shape, that white shape is your artboard. Grab the corners and don't move it in until, yeah, there we go, until you're sure it's the one you're moving in. Yeah, go for it, move it in. Last time you had made another artboard and I should have thought of that first, and you were seeing the outlines of that artboard that was in the background. Okay, you're ready, you're ready. So now,
It's selected, so now I can do Control C.
what do you mean, Control C?
Okay, all right, what are we doing with this?
Good, now you want to leave the artboard tool by going back to the regular selection tool. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to stop your share and there you go. You're set. It was just, you have the other one that you made, throw it away. And you just have a second artboard there hiding under the first one. That's what's happening. And yeah, let me move my keyboard because I'm pressing the wrong thing. Oh no, don't do that. Oh, please don't do that. There. I have a keyboard that I deal with when people are sharing and I had it on top of the other one and it was crashing, but it uncrashed. Yay. And I'm able to share. Okay. I thought for a moment it was getting tired of just working hard. Okay. So now we have turn without a border around it, okay? Let me just show you what you had when you went to the artboard tool right there. Unbeknownst to you, you had used the artboard tool and made another artboard like that, and it was not visible, so it was hiding underneath, and that's what the line is. And it's the fact that you had two artboards, one hiding under another. See,
No,
it's-
I understand the concept of it.
it's just kind of weird. It's just that's what was happening. You had a second page hiding under the first one.
Mhm.
So now let me I think I hadn't I hadn't adjusted my art to the shape. Okay,
I have a question for you.
yes.
When you were saying to select it all and to use the Pathfinder tool, I think I had already done that. It was,
Great builder tool that you know how to use.
well, so it's not all three. It's like the U and the T are one, the two R's are one, and then the N and the T are one. And when I selected all of them and went to do that, unite it got rid of one of my, it changed the gradient on the
Oh.
R.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop my share. Why don't you share your screen? We can still undo stuff. Let's see what's happening.
Okay, so I just made a new document, so I'll show you the old one, and then you can see, because I'm not sure.
Okay, go for it. Show me, because yeah, anything strange or weird, you wanna know how to.
All right, so we are at this one, I think. All right, are you seeing the right screen?
Well, I'm seeing one that
So-
says turn with a nice
Okay.
gradient. Yeah.
So when I went and I did this, and then so now you can see that the R has the gradient in it, right? If I do this to unite, it disappears. It
Ah.
changes my gradient.
It goes back to that flat one that you had worked so hard on. Remember that?
Yeah.
So go ahead and
So
undo that again, and let's see for a second.
so
Because
I thought maybe this one still has a lot of other things, and so I just
yeah,
brought it into here to have just by itself.
and
but
over
still.
here, did it work or not? Because yes, you can't use the Panfinder. You can't unite. You can't even group
No.
things with different gradients. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so that
which
doesn't
is
work.
fine. There's not necessarily a problem per se, but just so you know, you have a document here now that has bits and pieces. And
Yeah.
in fact, you wouldn't have wanted to unite. Oh, not even in your case. See, I had even remember that you really wouldn't want to unite in your case because you have shapes and stuff like that. So the
Yeah.
thing you want is to have this become one, and it all becomes black, or it all becomes
Yeah.
whatever the
I
gradient
think that,
is.
yeah, that's what happened.
That's what happened, right? You lost it. You have two shapes here. So you want to
Yeah.
keep them separate. But the question is, do you have two shapes or do you have 250 shapes? That's the only
I
question.
have 6 shapes.
Okay, so
So
let's
this is 1, 2,
test.
3.
Let's just test for a second. So this is an eyeball of one of the groups, is the eyeball of another one of the groups, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead and turn one of those off. Okay, so this is the word and this is the shadow. We'll say,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so now my question would be, can we, and I don't think with the gradient that you can, but can you unite this without losing the gradient? Give this a try.
Nope.
No, you lose it. Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, gradients don't,
Okay.
they're
But the other
different
one
kind
I
of
could.
they're a different kind of creature, so you can't do that. And then
I
on
could
top
do
of
this
that,
one though.
the
That
bottom,
one.
yeah, the bottom you can unite. That's
Okay.
not an issue. So now you're down to one. That's your shadow, and it's united. And that one you can't because you filled them with a gradient, and yeah, you get it. It's just a different different set of material gradients. If this were colors, it would work, but since it's gray. Now I'm concerned if you zoom in again,
Yeah.
make 100% sure that here, turn off your shadow again. Yeah, that one. And then check the integrity of the edges. I think it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's all there. Yeah, you don't have any weird things sticking out or anything. Okay, so then turn the shadow on again. And
Okay.
there we go. So that's as
I'll call that
small if
shadow.
you want as you can get. That's as tight as you can get your thing. All right, that's fine. That's good. So now let's save that file. It's on its own, right? You got rid of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead and save that file. It's funny, it's Friday night. Let me, 1 second. This happened last time. At this time of Friday, I start hearing party. I start hearing people laughing like happy hour. And it's now that I moved into the garden, the neighbors in a condo over there, I guess it's like they're back from work, and they're in the kitchen all chatting and drinking and laughing. And my kids kind of unite. And
I'm still working.
And I'm like, what's happening? But I couldn't tell who it was. Now I know. Anyway, Tia just joined us. Hi, Tia.
Hi,
I know you were gonna pop in for a second. Remind me your last name. I'm gonna put your last name in here and then
it's Cordell with a K. Here, I'm putting it in the chat.
oh, I'm on the wrong keyboard. Cordell, you said?
Yes.
Cordell, like that. Did I write it correctly?
Kordell, two
Okay.
L's.
L. Okay. Let me do that one more time. So, yeah, Tia's been on tremendous work and deadlines, and so I asked her to just pop in enough that later when she can watch the recording and stuff to catch up, she had some attendance here. So before you go again, in case you're popping in for a minute or not, or for 45 minutes, but just so you know, the needs of the majority of tonight's students was to make themselves a business card. They want to renew, refresh, have a new business card. So I offered, what products do you want to make? And it turns out that they all need a new business card. So next class, there's a homework is to do some research on different printing companies and get specs for what for what you need to do to print a business card. We're going to create the template. We're going to create a business card, but each one's going to bring their own materials. If you want to join in that, fine. If not, you can use someone else's materials and do a business card for someone else. Just letting you know that not all of the class, part of the class will be doing that. Okay.
Okay.
So do you have any interest in a business card or in another product? Doesn't need to be a business card. Maybe you want to, as long as it's something that you can build on a par that we're all building with the same idea.
I don't particularly have a need for a business card.
A poster, a postcard, we're talking single page document at this point.
Okay.
Wine label.
I mean,
jam.
Friday night.
My neighbors are having a happy hour and I'm just going to say cheese and crackers label.
I need something designed like very soon, like before the next actually no, I could do this. I need to design a label for a seed packet or handing out seeds at Earth Day for native flowers.
There you go.
So
right.
I
Collect the materials,
Okay.
get some specs. And that, in this case, it's not like you're going to go to a business place that prints business cards. You probably have maybe a printer that your company already works with, or you know the size, or you've done this before and you just need to update it to, Earth Day 2025, whatever it is that this needs to do or say, find out the specs of that product. Otherwise, we'll create a generic size of a seed packet, in which case go find a seed packet and figure out the size, and then we'll make it. But in your case, a seed pack is going to be double-sided for sure, right? That's the only difference, but it's still going to be just double-sided, not like multiple page. So that should work.
Okay, great.
So you bring stuff for your seed packet. Cool.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Fun.
Yeah. Now I don't know if you're in here for popping in and out like I asked you to, or if you're staying, just so I know whether to tell you where we're at, or are you just coming in and out?
I think I'm just coming in and out because I really need to catch up, and also I need to take my dog out. So I
had my
just got
fair
off of work, so
today, so yeah, no, that's fine. That's great. Thanks. Now you're caught up. You can you'll be fine. Just bring all the materials, do your research on what size, and basically if it's going to be color or black and white. I doubt you'll do black and white. If you're going to be bleed or not bleed, that kind of information. But I think you know about that. So bring that information, or as much as you can. And we'll work next week on that.
okay, great. Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for showing up. Okay, so when I ask people if they can't make it, to at least pop in, because then they get registered, then the class counts as long as they watch the recording. And she was just really overwhelmed today. But I'm glad she came in. And now she knows how to be prepared for next week. So perfect. We're gonna make 3 business cards and a seed packet. Unless Moni, you decide to make a different product. But
Yeah, maybe I'll do some music flashcards.
Okay, music flashcards, perfect.
I don't
Everyone
know.
has
We'll see.
something that they're gonna be doing. All right, let me share my screen again. And where I was in Illustrator. Okay, so we were saying that yours didn't unite, but after that, we're fine, right? That's all we were doing, yeah. Okay. So now I have one layer, so to say, not one layer, one shape that I need to worry about. But if I go over here to my, I united, right? So what I united there was the fact that now I don't have bits and pieces forming my T and my U and my R and my N, but I still have this, if I, double click and go into it, this is still one portion and this is another. I'm going to undo, 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 because ultimately these are just not a connected shape. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to connect this, flatten this onto the background. I think I showed this, maybe not in this class, but look what happens if I go up to view and say, show transparency grid. View, show transparency grid. And what it's showing me is my art without the fake white background that it just gives me in order for me to see it. Because otherwise, this is that grid that means transparency. You know how you asked me before about the checkered background? This is what Illustrator sees. It sees the edges of the document are going to be there, and if I print it, it's going to print this. But if I put a red piece of paper in the printer, it's going to print black on red because there's nothing under it. That white that we were seeing is just for us to not have to see the checkered pattern. Does that make sense? We're really designing on this. If you put a piece of recycled paper, kind of brown craft paper, it'll be black on brown craft paper. It won't print a white box. So now let's go back to view, hide transparency grid, and thus it makes it easier for us to see it. But truly, there's nothing there but these three letters. So that's why you want to make sure that they're grouped so that if you now just click anywhere on one of them, that'll just a simple click on one of them should move it all as one. Does that make sense? Even though it
Yeah.
isn't. It isn't one because I didn't put a little piece of white to patch them together. I don't want that. Okay. So now let's save that file. And up until now, I haven't worried about what size it is. Are you aware that I never once said what size is this image? And when we said, let's create a new file, you asked me what size. I said, I don't know, just go with whatever, and then we'll make it approach. That was in a way purposeful because when you're in Illustrator, you'll discover that vector files, let me just minimize this. I can go ahead and make this be as big as I want, and I'm holding down the shift key to make it not get distorted, right? I made it huge, 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 like so big that it's not even in the pasteboard. I don't even know how big this is. And yet, if I approach, it's still perfectly good and sharp and good quality. It makes no difference, right? So imagine what I was saying, if suddenly I need to have that be a movie poster, or I have it to be a billboard on the side of a building, but I can also, holding the shift key down to constrain, I can also make it teensy, teensy, winsy so that it fits on a little, so that I can turn that into a little maker's mark, right? On the battery, I can have it be tiny. Actually, the word turn is not bad for someone who uses a wheel. I don't use a wheel, and Jack has his own. I do, when the pottery I do is I'm a hand builder, but I like that for makers.
Clever.
What? Yeah,
Clever.
but I'm not. I don't do wheel. I mean, it's not my thing. My thing is hand built. Okay, so if I do want to know what size it happened to be right now, just if I'm interested, I can turn on some rulers. I can say Command or Control R, and rulers turn on the sides, or I can go up to View and open up the Show Rulers. View Rulers, Show Rulers. And now I'm discovering that, oh, look at that. If this is in inches, which it is, it's 10 inches wide by 6 inches tall. So that's how big this logo that I made is. Okay, can you see the rulers? Way up there. And that's about, so this document if I were to move it into this, I could even put this at the very, very end of the document. Like I could put it right there, right at the edge. Right at the edge, and then I could still grab this artboard and make it even smaller. And it doesn't matter the artboard what it does, but the nearest I get it to where it really ends, the better if this is going to be my master logo file. So I did that. I'm going to grab, so once again, how I did that is I selected nothing, right? I clicked select, deselect, take your shape to the very edge, but don't have it overlap, because if it goes outside, in any which way, that piece will be truncated, that little piece that's sticking out. So it still needs to be inside the artboard, right? And then I approach with my arrows a bit more to the end and to the end, so that it's as near as I can to the edge. And then I went to my edit artboards in your case, because your tool isn't here. Go to edit artboards and grab this bottom and bring it in to as close as I can over here, so that I have an artboard that is truly to the edge of my logo. And then this will be my master. I'm going to save that. And now I have a true master that is inside of its board. And let's assume there's nothing else I need to do with it, although this hurts me and I wish I could fix it, but some other time. All right. Did you get your artboards sized, so to say, correctly, as tiny as it can?
No.
Right, so do you need some help with that again? Want to share?
I just had it. Now I don't know. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Mommy.
No, she's
I'm still doing my thing.
Oh, it's a
I just
frozen.
got it done.
Okay, all right.
busily working.
Where's the artboard? All right, so
She uses this time for work too. Like she
Yeah.
works on stuff that she needs to work on while during the, it's like, okay, I get, 5 hours to work today, even though I'm in class.
nice. I love
Much about Moni because she's learning, but she's doing this kind of stuff as she's working and others. Okay, so so you can't edit artboards over here because it's not appearing. There you go, because you had nothing selected. Now that you did, now there it is. Now you can go to this word edit artboards and pick up. Okay, so now your artboard tools have been selected, and now you can, since you need to command minus so that you can see more of the piece
Oh,
here.
that was the problem
Control minus, there we go.
because I
You
couldn't.
can grab, yeah,
Yeah. So I was there, but I couldn't.
yeah, you couldn't find your way into,
And I'm trying to get this as close as possible.
close as possible, but no need to go crazy. Just make sure that there's not huge amounts of space, but also that is too near, right? So you'd better be a bit further on both than touching on either. Okay, so that's perfect. And I
Yeah.
can't see what's happening there, but I'm assuming you had it okay. But now now that you're done, leave the artboard tool and then we won't see that message anymore. So go back to your selection tool. And now we can see that it looks like you're doing,
It's okay.
yeah, so you can select it. And now the minute movements, so select, click, I want to make sure that it's one group. Yeah, so you can do that, or another thing you can do when you're doing more minute movements, that worked fine. You can
Mhm.
also, at that point, once the shape is selected, you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard to just nudge it a bit up or down. Just try it just to see what I'm talking about. Select the shape, it's not selected. Select first, yeah. And now use your arrow keys on your keyboard,
Okay,
fine tuning.
yeah. Well, how am I gonna remember all this? That's pretty neat. Okay.
It's just practice. Don't,
Mhm.
I think I told you already, don't expect to learn everything. You're
Mm.
just getting a grand overview. And then yes, take the Photoshop, take the Illustrator, take
Yeah.
the individual classes, and then repetition.
Mhm.
Believe it or not, repetition helps. We won't be doing the same turn logo next time. We'll be doing
Well,
something
I
else.
feel like InDesign might be would you agree, the thing that I would be most useful for me?
Yeah, but we don't have an InDesign class on its own right now. So that's why I focus this class a lot in InDesign. And I know I need to put through the outline. It's a long story. If I create the InDesign class, for better or for worse, unless they create a whole certificate around it and make it be a necessary class for the certificate, then people won't sign up to just InDesign, and I'll have a whole slot saved for a class that will cancel, and then I won't have a class to teach. So I need to make sure that I create a certificate where certain class has to be taken and that people are interested in certificate enough. So it's something I need to sit down and do one of these days. I will do it. And
Well, maybe Illustrator's the one I need to have.
I think Illustrator and this one, Digital Hunt Techniques for now are the two combos. And then if you take photos of your pottery and you want to make sure that you get them to the best of their
Mhm.
ability,
Mhm.
that's Photoshop. All right. So but yeah, that'll help if you need to do a lot of imagery for your website or stuff like that. Otherwise, yeah, then just Illustrator and InDesign.
Okay.
Okay, and the newsletter class and the magazine production, and you'll go, well, I'm not gonna make a magazine. Never mind, that's two more classes that are only 8 hours each, but it's all in InDesign, right? So you learn more InDesign in those two classes. And who cares that we're making a magazine or a newsletter? Ultimately, it's all the same tools, and we just progress. People who take those two classes, the first day I think is newsletter and the second one magazine, and then I just build on it. It's as if it's a continuing class, right? So
And you're using Illustrator for that?
InDesign.
InDesign.
Well, like this, some stuff InDesign is not a standalone program. You bring in things from Illustrator, you bring in things from Photoshop, right? So although we use InDesign as the layout, we still need to go and deal with the other programs to bring this stuff in, because that's how that program gets used. It's not a standalone,
Mhm.
because the content of product gets created in other programs. It
Okay.
is the standalone layout program, but the content that goes into it gets made in these places. So here we made a logo, right? Now we're done. Now we're gonna go into InDesign. So let's open InDesign, and we're gonna go ahead and work with that and place it. So now let's make, Moni, you're not there to make a choice right now, or if you're there, you might not be listening. So Kristen,
Yeah.
it's you and I.
I'm all alone. Okay, here we go.
She's there. In the vote of the word turn, upside down turn, would you like to create, and I'm trying to create something, not a business card, something similar so that I can show you the basics of the layout of it, that then it will apply to a business card. Do you want to make I'm thinking a
How about like a
postcard,
rack card?
a player, a what?
A rack card. So it's gonna be like half of an 8.5 by 11.
Okay, and I call that a postcard, but yeah, a rat card, exactly. Yeah, postcard it has a connotation of that you're gonna
That's
mail it,
single.
but in the end, the branding piece called postcard can also be called a rat card, and yeah, half of 8.5 by 11. So let's do that. So let's create new file.
Okay, I don't know why I can't see new file. I don't have that whole left hand.
Are you in InDesign?
I'm in InDesign.
Then go to File, New, Document.
Okay, I think because I'm there already. Oh,
File, New Document, and then we're going to choose print because of the product that you just chose to make, but also because when we did a little tiny bit of research in the businesses that we read, by the way, for more help, read our art guide. I never finished showing you all the stuff that Moo has. So just as a place to learn from, Moo has some really good pages where it teaches you how printing happens, design problems. I mean, over here, they actually have information, which is kind of cool. Templates to download, but it actually, where do they have it? How to use design information there. Accept the design formats, recommended files, material not safe for artwork templates, uploading files, digital halftone printing process, right? So when you click on that, it explains a lot of what I was just talking about of halftoning and how you create. This is a bunch of dots put together, give you that green. Here it is, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. So this much cyan, that much magenta, 29, 50 together from afar ends up looking like green, right? So
Mhm.
I kind of like that. So you might want to read a little bit more over here. Is I was tempted to use some of these from teaching from, because they really do have it pretty good where, but then they also have using QR code. QR codes is a way to create your mood design, other information. But most importantly, I liked the design information where it says what's what's this kind of recommended file sizes and stuff like that. So that it explains resolution and why and all that kind of information. Anyway, so let's go to,
I have to share, sorry. You ready?
let me stop my share. You can't share on top of me. Yep, go for it.
Yeah, now it's something stupid. I don't know why I don't have those options that you had.
You have at the top what print, choose print. Yeah, and then go on the right, go on, hold on. Here, I need to get my pink. Go over here to units and go to inches. And I think we hadn't yet done it, but half of 8.5 by 11 would be 8.5 by 5.5, right? So, and we're just gonna do one page, no facing pages, we don't need, we're just gonna do it, it's just a front. Okay, but the most important thing that we're gonna do next, and hang in there, I'm gonna share my screen now because this is kind of where we were at, and I want to do us to do this together, is to think through what we're gonna do with, hold on, here we go, this page. So that's where I was at. I was in inches, and half of that would be 5.5. Now, this is the important thing, is that, and make sure to have it on landscape format, which if you put it in that order, that's how it'll be, but just to make sure. Now, are you going to want to have some bleed? And you need to decide that now. Yes, you can fix it later, but now we're going to say that we need to know now. Remember what it meant to have bleed or not? And if not, maybe I'm going to ask Mo
Yes.
to. You said yes, Kristen?
Yeah, so that your image goes to the edges so that when they cut it, it doesn't show any white.
Yeah. So mainly color. Image too. If you have a photograph, it's an image, but basically anything that's color that's going to spread. If you're not going to have a white border, basically, then it needs to have bleed. So we're going to head down to bleed, and we're going to click one up to 0.125. Although I did see over here, one of these was asking was point, I'm trying to remember on the templates. Where did they have, well, they don't have here the actual sizes of the stuff, but they had 0.32. I don't remember which one. I remember when I calculated that if the business card was 3.5 by 2, then the 366 and 216 didn't seem to be a 0.125. And I don't have my calculator here right now and I can't tell, but it didn't seem that it was the same. But right now we're just using the standard bleed format, which is basically going to mean that it's 1/4 of an inch more to the document, right? With 1/8 of an inch on each side, because 0.125 is 1/8 of an inch. And now the question is the margin. Let's start with a 1/2 inch margin as is, and we just leave it that way. And we'll say create. And here we have our base document. And I'm going to command minus a bit. So that's going to be the information. Now, it's much easier to know what size the bleed has to be than to be told the bleed has to be 3.125, because in reality, there's no place that I'm going to see that size, right? When I look at this document, it's 8.5 by 5.5. That is the size of this document. Nothing is telling me anywhere that extra size. I know that there's an extra 1/4 inch total, so I know that this document is now 875 by 575. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Because I can add up 1/4 to that. But that's what I'm thinking that this, sorry that I'm,
So we're not seeing the extra size?
no, exactly. So you don't see it anywhere. The trim size is the final size of the piece, and that's what you just built. You build it to that size. You build a document to, like we just did, 8.5 by 5.5. For the business card, we're going to build it to 3.5 by 2, right? So that's the size that they're going to receive in your hands. When you look at it, that's the size it'll be. Okay.
Mhm.
The bleed area is extra.
Right.
For this to be a 1/4 inch all around, this should be saying 375 by 2.25, right?
Mhm.
So they use a smaller bleed is all I'm saying. I don't know
Mhm.
I don't know about the other companies. But anyway, just saying that they use a smaller bleed. Back to InDesign. So you need to set up the bleed to whatever size they tell you it's gonna be.
Mhm.
And it's not the same as the standard, that's all. All right, so now, as far as setting up the format, they have one other number here. And it showed up in both of the 2 that we explored. Where in the templates that I downloaded, let me open that one. Okay. They've got something that we're not talking about. They call it safe zone, trimming zone, and bleed zone. Bleed zone, that's the piece that we just left behind. But see in this document how it looks like the bleed zone is white, but it's not. In a real document, the bleed zone is not part of the document. You see that? Which is why I'm saying this is a bad template, because it makes you think that your document should be that size, but it doesn't. Your document has to be the size without the bleed. The bleed line has to be on top of the gray. But then you do have the trim size, which is this pink one right there, which is where the company's going to cut. And then you have the safe zone. And the safe zone is just a duplicate of the bleed. So what we don't have marked here is that duplicate size. We just have the margin, which is don't write outside of that area. So if I want to make a safe size, a safe size, safe zone, I think they call it over here, I need to do it with guides. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to drop it at 0.1, 0.125 there. See how I just got to 125? You see where it says 0.125?
Yep, I can see that. How do you start the?
So what I did is I grabbed from the ruler,
Okay.
put your tip of your mouse in the ruler and drag out, and out comes the guide. And now I'm going to drive this one also at I'm going to drop it off at 1.125. So here I'm making an area there and there. That's the counterpart of the bleed. And I'm going to do it over here as well. This one's going to be a little bit harder to calculate. That's 5.5 minus 1/8. I think it's 375. Yeah, there. And then over here, what I like to do, and let me give you a, Moni, you might like this one. You might know if you're around to listen. Oh my, it's almost time. My brain doesn't work too well that way. Like I just kind of figured 375, but I'm not even sure if it's 100% correct right there. So, whoops. To put it there. And I don't want to eyeball it because it's too important. So what I like to do is I move my ruler. So I can figure out 0.125 here because the ruler starts at 0. You see this 0 is
Mhm.
exactly my trim size. See how I have like a little line going up and down the ruler where I put my mouse to the trim size? That's 0 on top and bottom. So then instead of having to recalculate, what will 0.125 be at 8.5? I'm going to grab, watch, I'm going to grab from this point of the ruler, right there in the corner where they both meet, okay, where the rulers meet. Let me just grab and drag, and I'm going to say I drop it here right now. Doom, I drop it there. Notice that my ruler now starts counting at 0 from the middle.
Wow.
from there. So what I like to do is I'm going to drag this all the way to that trim size right there. I'm at the trim size. I let go. So now that 0 is there and that 0 is there. And now I can grab a ruler and drag it over and know that I just need to make it to be minus 1.25. Boom. And I have it in the right space. You see how
That's
I
clever.
use that? I just
Mhm.
grab the ruler and put it where I need it. Say that I needed to make a box that's 2 by 2, for example, right? And I'm not sure, I don't know to read over there if it's 2 by 2. Well, I made a box there. I can't really tell. Let me just give it a fill of some kind so I can see it better. I could, there's many other places where I could read the size right now, but what I could do is I could grab the rulers, drop it off right there. And then when I look over here and I put my mouse on this end, then that's basically, I'm looking at it and it looks like I made a 2.16 inches. See how the number is even being given to me? Why? Because that is ground 0. This
0,
is
yeah.
0. You see that? And I'm
Yep.
just throwing this out. I made those 0. So then it's very easy to see that what I made is a 1.24 inch by whatever. Why? Because I grabbed this and called it ground 0. So then that gives me the size. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
And
does.
when
Now
I'm
we
ready,
bring the rulers back to the,
then to bring them back, I just double click on this corner, boom, and they go back chink chink to the trim, to the corner. And meanwhile, I got to put my guides in the right point. Did you like that trick, Moni?
I love that trick.
Me too. Now,
That is awesome.
some people have mathematical minds and their brain just goes, oh, that must be 8 point. I'm like, not only am I dealing with inches, which is foreign to me to this day, because I don't know if I ever told you in this class, but I'm from Argentina. I think in centimeters, meters, kilometers. This is ridiculous. Inches makes no sense. Sorry, I hope I'm not hurting anyone's feelings.
not at all.
But on top of that, I'm having to figure out 0.1289/16 of an 18th of a whatever. So I just do it that way. I just drag the rulers over, I get my little size, and then I take it back, right? I'm practical that way.
I'm going to use that all the time.
Yes.
I love
As soon as I started doing, I'm like, oh, Momi's gonna like this. Moni's gonna like this one. And not that you won't like it, Kristen, either, but she's she's taken this class many times, and I'm just going,
Yeah.
never taught this one. Let me tell her. I know I
Yeah.
use it all the time, but I don't have the luxury when I have many students to be dealing with minutia like this. So, Kristen, you're getting a little bit extra because since there's only one of us, you're
So
here.
you need to watch, I think it's called Washington's Dream on Saturday Night Live. And it's this spoof on our measurement system. And it is hysterical. Yeah. And there's a little bit of racism in there. They're making fun of that. And it's spot on.
Okay, that's great. Well,
I recommend it.
anyway, there you go. So now I made my thanks. And anyway, so here I didn't want to figure out what it was. And so I just go in here. But anyway, I happen to know that it's going to be 8.375 because these are standard numbers that I work with all the time. But other than that, and only because I'm lucky that this isn't an 8.5 document, but as this document had an 8.63, I would have never been able to figure out minus 1/8 of an inch, right? So anyway, so now I have those guides there. I think it would have been easier to use the margin that way and then to make the guides in here. But either way, maybe when we do this next week, I'll have it that the margin will be the other side of the safe zone, and then we'll put guides as to where we can drive or not. Whole point is it doesn't matter what color they are in. What matters is that we have bleed, trim, safe zone, which I never used professionally in my past ever. And yet every one of these documents shows you the safe zone. And I think it's because people didn't understand that you needed the same amount of space on one side or the other of the bleed. I'm looking at the templates. And so they started calling it the safe zone. But keep all the elements away from the line of the safe zone, they're basically telling you. So draw inside of there. But then it's up to you to how much space you want. In this case, that part is up to you as long as it doesn't touch the blue line. And as far as I'm concerned, as a designer, you need to mark that space to know that you don't put text right there, because it's so easy to get excited about the design and suddenly next thing you know, you need that one little extra, and then you start the text right there. Why not? Why can't I? Well, because you need consistency. And if you're going to open yourself up to putting your text right there, then you need to change your margins and then repeat that everywhere so that design is coherent and makes sense and not has like a little bit jutting out from one end or the other. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
If you're gonna respect that, respect that. If you're not gonna respect that, then don't, but do it by doing it professionally, so to say. So here's the template, which is why I like the mood template, where they have the bleed, the trim, the safe zone, and then without telling you, they are following their own internal, right? Guideline, which is there. That's their margin. See that? They don't go outside of that. And now I just did a second one, right? So that is their line outside of, and why does this matter? Because what you're seeing is that it's coherent, right? You could have even put the word US could have been a little bit further to the left to start where this line is. They didn't, but you know, after all, it is a basic template. Okay, so let me close these two templates. And wow, it's 7:09. Okay, so really quick, let's place that turn logo in here. So let's go file, place. And just for those of you who have, let me just show you something because I'm not sure, Moni, if you have that. I'm going to share my entire screen for a second. Again, a little extra tidbit. I keep saying file, place because it's cleaner or whatever, but if I have space and I'm good at moving things around, which I don't want to encourage, but if I see like my bridge, for example, I have so many different programs open, but if I see my bridge right here, right? And I see the turn that I'm looking for, the turn master, right? I can also just drag it, boom, and put it in there. So that is one way to do it. You just drag it from bridge as much as you could have dragged it from a finder window if you knew where it was. And I think that's one of these turn master logo. I could have dragged it in from there and put it in there as well, right? So either way, it works. You can bring it in many different ways, but the way to do it just within, and let me do it within InDesign would be to say file, place, and then it opens up and you click on the one you need and you open and it comes and it lands at your doorstep, so to say. Okay, so yeah, you can drag around and I do that, but not because I move my programs around, which is like what I don't want people to do, but it's because I work with 3 monitors. And so I have my bridge on one monitor, I have my finder on another. And so what I'll do, if this is one monitor and this is my InDesign and it's in the middle and the other thing is on the other monitor, then it's easy for me to go over and just drag it over. Does that make sense? And it's much faster than anything else, but you need a setup where you're not doing this crazy thing of moving things around, which is completely like out of place. All right. So did you get file, place? Did you pick up the turn? Is it in your hands? Moni saying yes. Kristen, is it in your hands?
It's in my hand.
All right. So now you can either click it or click and drag it. If you have no idea what file the size originally is and was made at, and you just simply click, it becomes as big as that file was, which in this case is, I believe, probably bigger than what we need, right? I'm gonna Command or Control Z to pick that up again. This is what I love about InDesign. In Illustrator, this doesn't happen. If you undo, you have to go get it again. In InDesign, you can say, whoops, that wasn't a good idea. You Command Z, you pick it up again, and now this time you drop it. So for example, I'm gonna drop it from end to end of this margin and let go. Or I'm going to Command Z, and this is maybe more of a graphic type of document where it's not about the thing that says turn, but it's just some fancy, and I'm going to click it over there and drag it and make it bigger. And then it's so much bigger, but that's okay because this is a vector file and it's going to work. And so now that I put it so much out of the whack, I'm like, well, how is this going to look as a document? Well, I'll hit the W and it's going to hide everything that I don't see. And that's what I'm going to print. And that might be cool. If this is a logo that's well known, like if this were National Geographic, you know, have you ever noticed that when you go look at magazines, sometimes like Times Magazine, there's someone's head on top of it. And if you really didn't know that it was Times Magazine, it would say to like you wouldn't know what it was saying, but we just know what it says. So if this is something that is well known, you would look at it and you go, oh yeah, Turn brand. Got it. Because you would already recognize it. You know what I mean? So you can do something like that. But the only reason I can tell where to place it and go, oh no, it needs to be a little bit more to the right of the world. The only thing I can know is because I hit the W. Otherwise, you see everything, right? And if you see everything, you can't tell where to finish it. So hit the W. That's the trim size that we're seeing right now. We're not seeing the bleed. We're not seeing the margins. We're not seeing anything. We're just seeing the bleed. Okay. And I can say, well, maybe I want it to just kind of be like that. And then over here, I'm going to say, designer, call me, you know, the other side, code. Cool. I'm so cool. I don't even need to put my name on this card. Woohoo. Right. Or whatever you want to do. But this would be different ways to place it. So I'm going to select it and put it, delete it again. And once again, Command or Control D would be file place, select it. And then maybe I want to just make it, I'm not see my margins again. Maybe I just want to make it like right there. I'm going to drop it right there. And again, Command Control D, and there it is. It's within the margins. So that's exactly the same as that. So it's safe. And now over here, I can put a little bowl or pottery if this was a logo for a potter, and then maybe I can put some information over here, and it's a very clean card. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So,
Still I'm on my own.
why not? So play around. So pick it up again, Command Z, and then this time, you know, when you drop it, you want to see the lines. You want to know where you're doing it. And you want to go, you know, you want to just go from here to there. Notice that it's proportional only to its own shape. And now I'm going to hit W again. And now, as long as I've got my move tool and I touch not this center point, but the R or the letter, I can move it around. We're going to learn more about moving things around, but just avoid that wheel, that little wheel. And then you can do that. And it's interesting because now that I think about it, my son's business card, he designed a little flying pig for his logo. His business is called Sky Pigs Productions, and he has a flying pig, a pig with wings, really cutesy pie. But in his business card, you see half of his pig on this side, and then when you turn around, you see the back side of the pig that's flying away. It's kind of cute. So, you know, anyway, see if I can get my business cards together for next week. But anyway, so that can turn into a graphic, and then you can bring it again in and have it be actually, you know, the logo that actually says turn, and then you put your name or whatever, you know, you can just think about different things that you can do to make this be an interesting card. Now, all of this is cute, but meaningless if it's not conveying the information that we talked about that we really need. So let's just save this. Let's call this one turn, not, what did you call it? I call it a postcard. You called it something else?
A rack card.
Turn rack card. And we're gonna save it. But most importantly, I just brought it in twice. And what we did the first few days that I know that was a long slog, but I just want to remind you about this. And I know it's 7:17, 2 minutes past, but let me just go into the links panel just as a reminder, okay, as a refresher. And here it's telling me that my turn logo file, and let's make it a little bigger so you can read it well. It's turn logo file, and there's a number 2. It's because I brought it in twice. So if I open it up, I find that I brought this logo in twice. And both of them are on page 1. Remember how when we had here page 8, page 9, and that piece was in page 8 or 9? They're both in page 9, but I have 2 of them. Had I had only 1 of them, then it just shows it once. But the moment it has 2, it puts it in a little nice tidy folder. Sometimes you have 10 pages and you have that same little logo at the bottom of each of your 10 pages in your newsletter or something. So you might say number 10 over there. And when you open it up, there's 1 on each page. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to say save. And yeah, Oh, the last thing, again, is a bit of review. Say that I want to change the color of this logo. And I don't want it to be black and I want it to be a color. I'm go over here to the fill and I go, okay, frame. Nope, that's the frame. That's not what I wanted. I just wanted the logo. So then I go, remember text? Nope, text is grayed out. What is this? Why can't I change it? Well, I can't change it because I didn't create it in InDesign. This is not an InDesign document. To change the color of this logo, I need to go back to the Illustrator, select it in Illustrator, change it to bright pink, save it, go to InDesign, and then I have to update the change, which, by the way, did I save? Save. Turn logo masters. Master is the one I brought in, right? Yep. And then I go into InDesign and I can, since it's two files, but it's the same one, I can update one time and both will update unless I open it and I can do it 12:3. But if I just click over there, and now it's pink, and they're both pink. If I wanted one to be pink and one black, I would have to have two files. One is the black version and one is the pink version. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can't color this, just like in Photoshop. It made more sense in Photoshop. Of course, I can't color a photo in InDesign. Well, but this looks like text. So you think you can cover it in InDesign? No, you can't. It still have to go back to the original and color. So now undo, make it, keep it black, say save again. And once that save is happening, go up to InDesign and there it is. Upgrade by clicking on that and it's back to being black. Okay. So that's just a quick review of when we did that before with other things, but we had done it with Photoshop files. Now we're doing it with a logo and it's the same idea. To modify it, you can select it and go edit and have it open in Illustrator and you modify it in Illustrator, you save, and then you see the modified version. All right, we've been here long enough. Save that file, close that file, collect material, have some fun, ask me questions. Next Friday is my last class. Not only your last InDesign class, but my last class teaching for the semester. And then at 3 a.m. of Saturday morning, I am on the Airbus to be out of here for a couple of months. So
Wow.
quite an adventure. I'm going 6 weeks to Spain, and then I'm going 5 weeks to Spain and 3 weeks to a bike ride that we're doing between Lake Erie bike packing trip. And then in Spain, I'm going to be doing one of those pilgrimage things where you just walk and walk and walk for like 20 miles at 20 ridiculous amounts of miles a day. Just for the fun of it. So that's what I'm doing until I see you again. But anyway, I'm going to be sending an email with the classes that are coming up, and definitely don't say, "Oh, I've taken that." This is where the more you see it, the more it coalesces and conveys. So anyway,
How long do I have access to the videos?
until the next time I teach the class, because then I go in there and I clear that folder and I put the new one. That said, if you were to download that file with links and keep it, then you can keep clipping on those links. The videos are still on the internet. So
Okay.
download the file with all the links and then you will never, well, they never say never, someday they'll come off the internet. But I've got 5 years worth. I have like 400 videos. I don't know how many up there. I put them up and I don't touch them anymore. So as long as you have the link to it,
Mhm.
there it is.
Okay, very good.
Or plan B, you can subscribe to the channel. Not, it's not subscribe. I don't have a channel that I care about. It's not a subscription. But then you go and you look through all my videos and go, oh, there's the one I want.
So they're all going to be under your name. I can do that. Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. Thanks for
Well,
tonight.
it's a hit. They're unlisted videos, so you won't be able to Google and find them and say, Diana, I was talking. They're unlisted. So really the idea is it's only for students.
Mhm.
But I believe if you find my channel, now I'm wondering, do I have it under my name? Is it SPCC? Let me see what I have it under. Give me a second here because I'm confused with that answer. I go to pipeline. It's Diana Musacchio. So if you go to pipeline to the channel, you'll end up somewhere like this. And if you go to the videos, or to the playlist, I think, and you go to SBCC or no, where would you find them? I don't know, because since it's mine, it shows things differently. I think you need to go view your channel. There you go. And then I think I have it under videos. Yeah, but this is only showing you two. Where are all my posts? I don't know. One of these shows you, if you are not me, it shows you videos, because this is not my videos. So one of these, as a user, your videos, you see this, you'll get to something like this. There you go.
Mhm.
And here's all my videos from time immemorial. Page 6, look at that. Page 30 videos of 629 videos. That's how many are up there. So anyway, yeah, there's no lack of videos to watch.
Yeah.
I'd rather in person help you, but go for it. Some teachers 2 weeks and then they're down. I'm like,
Mhm.
enjoy the more
Some people, none at all.
or none. Yeah, or
Yeah.
none. Be my
Alright.
guest. Just keep signing up for the classes. Otherwise, then you don't get the answers to the questions. You just have the video.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks so much.
Bye. Have
Bye-bye.
a good time, everyone. See you next Friday. I'll be a basket case, I'm telling you. So I hope I'm coherent by then, because all right.
Okay, bye-bye.